For the event, Liu Tong and Yin Menglu have a clean head-to-head record over their teammates. Fan Xiaoye and Li Hongyang, 4-love their 4 previous meetings in terms of BWF events. All 4 previous meetings, straight games wins for Liu and Yin. Their last meeting in China last year at the International. And 4 previous meetings, not one has lasted more than 27 minutes. That's how dominant Liu Tong and Yin Menglu have been. Paralympic gold medalists in Paris in the summer of 24. Lost out in the gold medal match to the Japanese pair of Serena Satomi and Yuma Yamazaki in the Tokyo Paralympic Games final. And a repeat of the last Badminton World Championships, which took place in Pattaya, Thailand, this time 2 years ago. Liu Tong on serve, on the far left of that picture. One of the very best wheelchair players that there's ever been, and she's still so young. She's in action in the wheelchair 2 women's singles final, and again strong favourite to take the title. In a couple of matches' time, she's up against her teammate once more, Zhu Tingting. Such strength in depth in Chinese wheelchair disciplines. Zhu Tingting not on court in this women's doubles final, but where Liu Tong has a 13-1 head-to-head record across singles and doubles events. So that's how good that lady is. Remember her first World Championships, taking the title in Stoke Mandeville 2015, so that's 11 years ago. I think she was 12 or 13 years old at the time. So there's 2 world wheelchair sport classes, wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2. Wheelchair 1 athletes, the more impaired. Typically, it's due to less strength and flexibility in the trunk, the core area of the body, because of course most of them are spinal injuries, or in Liu Tong's case, double amputee above the knee. So she's a wheelchair 2 athlete, means she's got full control of her trunk and core area. So she can really get down low and stretch backwards in the chair to reach shuttles. And having that core strength makes you more mobile. The wheelchair 1 athletes, where core strength and trunk function is limited, makes them typically less mobile. That's a lovely shot. Fan rooted to the spot. So on the near side, Li Hongyang it is, the wheelchair 2. And Fan Xiaoye, wheelchair 1 player. Court coverage of Yutong. Nice shot up the line, stretching Li Hongyang. It's a fast start as well, but only 2 points in the match so far, 11-9. That's a typical tactic. Punch clear, back cross, caught slightly but into the middle when the wheelchair 1 is in that far corner, because there's a temptation for the wheelchair 2 player to pull across to cover that shot. But if you get it just right, and just catch out the 2 players. There you go again. See how the 2 players caught in the middle, opening up the court. Hongyang looking for the high serve. Sometimes Li Yutong almost looks embarrassed at her own quality, giving her opponents no chance. In white, targeting that lady there, Yin Menglu. There we go again. That humble reaction of Li Yutong. Chinese athletes in 6 of the 7 wheelchair discipline finals today. favourites, I'd argue, in at least 4 of them. Men's doubles final coming up after this match. Korea's Park Hae-sung and Yoo Soo-young. Taking on the Paralympic champions, Ma Jianpeng and the wonderfully talented Xu Zimao. Shot from Yin opening up that court. Tempted Fan to cut across the court to help her partner Lee. Opening game with a 6 game points advantage, and the favourites Yu Tong and Yin Menglu looking pretty comfortable. $14 points for Fan and Lee, a typical looking scoreline in, if you look at the history of the two pairs. As you can see, talking strategies, tactics, techniques with her partner. Her birthday in a couple of weeks' time, she'll turn 22 in the first week of March. Three Paralympic gold medals already. Those 2 in Paris, as I mentioned, singles and women's doubles. Took the women's singles title in Tokyo in 2020. 6 World Championship gold medals already to her name. And a bronze to boot. And it wasn't Stoke Mandeville in 15, it was actually in Ulsan in 2017. Yu Tong first took the gold in the women's singles in wheelchair. Incredibly, 9 years ago, and she's only 21 years old. See how Fan was trapped, unable to recover. The speed of Liu across the court and the shot quality up the line. And a partner as well, Lin Menglu, terrific mover on courts for a wheelchair one. Really solid end to that opening game with 6 straight points for Liu and Yin. Took control when it really mattered. Look how easy she makes that look. Sharp movement into the mid-court. Finds the open space with ease. These two so well organised to make that look so easy. Currently ranked 7 and 8 in the world, these two pairs. That sounds surprising, but they've only played 3 ranking tournaments. One of those includes the previous World Championships. Those ranking points will be replaced after this week. Asian Para Championships took place last year as well. And the China International, you can understand them playing their home events, but otherwise they don't travel all that much, the Chinese national team in Para. As you can tell, they certainly turn it on when they need to. With all those medals I've discussed in major events. Qualification for the next Paralympic Games taking place in LA in 28 will start early next year, 2027, and you can bet these top Chinese players will feature during the qualification process. So in terms of that ranking, Liu Yutong and Yin Menglu, winners at all 3 of the events they've played, including last World Champs, the Asian Para Champs and the China International. And the Paris Paralympic Games, of course, in that as well. Look at the movement, Liu Yutong. It's not just the skills, the quality in the chair, but she reads the game so well. If you look at the 2 wheelchairs there, Liu Yutong has a, well, looks like a cushion strapped to the back, just to provide a little bit of support when she's at full stretch leaning backwards. That's a great shot. That's the best shot Fan has played. And the reason is she doesn't have a back support, a rigid chair-like fixture on the back of her wheelchair, Liu Yutong. Because she's so strong and mobile, she needs to lean all the way back at times to pick up shots late in the rear court. And she's got that very mobile, rhythmical movement to get the chair moving. You compare that to the wheelchair 1 athletes who lack that core strength, that trunk function, who need a more fixed back to the wheelchair where they're sat. They've got some back support. Get a look at Yin Menglu's chair, for example, on the right. The back of it's just going up her back slightly so she can lean on it and push against it. Nice close-up from the cameras, thank you for that. There are are some wheelchair 1 athletes where usually it's a spinal injury. As we're at the break again, 11-7 in the second. Usually it's a spinal injury, and of course you've got so many places from top to bottom of the spine where you can be injured. So some wheelchair 1 athletes have a really high backrest through necessity if they're restricted from, say, T12 or T13 on the spine. Really have very little function in the lower trunk. Other athletes might be restricted from, say, T5 or 6. So they just need a small support on the back of the chair. That's another great shot. Fan Xiaoyue. Punch clears the middle, causing problems. Liu Yutong again with that deft touch from the service line. Perfect serve. Makes the game look effortless. If you've never tried playing badminton in a wheelchair before, I really urge you to find a way to give it a go and understand how difficult it is. Needing 2 hands to move the chair and holding the racket in one of them. Unsure. Six-point lead has developed. Now 7 as that goes long. She lost out narrowly, did Li Hongyang, in the semi-final yesterday to teammate Zhu Tingting. Certainly the first game was close, went to extra points. Inch perfect. Hongyang settling for bronze in the wheelchair 2 singles. Looking like it's going to be silver in this women's doubles. Good pick up. That's clever from Fan. It's fallen short. Yutong was there so early, she almost ran into the shuttle before it dropped with her chair. Oh. Fan thought she'd been beaten there, came up short. Court was wide open on the right side, but unsighted by Yin. shot. Touch of reverse slice from Yu Tong. And again, that court's open, and finally Yu Tong finds the space. Two points away from a gold medal once again in the Worlds. Did it land on the line? It's just come up short. Too good. You can understand how Li Hongyang's hanging to her left just in case she's required to cover for her partner, but leaves the open space. Championship point for Liu and Yin. Good finish from Fan, keeping this match alive for a moment longer. Surely moments away. Yin Menglu staying patient. Yu Tong, of course it is, with the winner. Another gold medal at a major event for Li Yu Tong and Yin Menglu. World champions once again in the women's doubles wheelchair 1, wheelchair 2 sport class. Terrific week for them once more. There's more to come as well. In the singles events, Yin Menglu up against Satomi in wheelchair 1 final. Liu Yu Tong will be back in action in the wheelchair 2 final as well. What a brilliant event they've had, and a brilliant career, both of them.
Thank you.
Photographers down there getting the reactions, businesslike, from Yin and Liu. Barely a reaction from the winning shot. Takes the gold medal with a backhand push into space. Almost a formality for Liu Yu Tong, such a terrific athlete. Shot from Fan. She hit a few today. The speed in the chair was perhaps the crucial factor. That was a nice line from the arena announcer. And she's absolutely right. We're ready to roll again. Plenty of finals action in the wheelchair hall to come. Gold medal match number 2. And these two again, strong favourites. Just their second meeting in BWF tournament history. Against it today, the Koreans. Park Hae-seong and Yoo Soo-young. Previous meeting was the Asian Para Championships last year, the quarterfinal. Koreans were allowed to come back, I would argue, in the second. Lost out in the third, the decider 21-3 to undoubtedly the world's best men's doubles pair in a wheelchair. Reigning world champions, 2-time and reigning Paralympic champions. Gold in Tokyo, gold in Paris, gold in Thailand at the Worlds 2 years ago. Will it be gold one more time here in Bahrain for Mai Zhenpang and Xu Zimao? And Mai Zhenpang is a very quality athlete, wheelchair too, but much like I was praising the abilities of Liu Tong earlier, Xu Zimao in wheelchair 1 is perhaps the best we've ever seen. Double Olympic gold in singles. Reigning world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen,
took gold in men's singles and men's doubles in both Paralympic Games that Para Badminton has featured.
and on my left, Mai Zhenpang and
5 World Championship gold medals already, silver in 2017 as well. 5 gold medals at the Asian Para Games and a silver. Dominant force in wheelchair 1 men's singles. There he is. And gels together so well with his partner Mai Zhenpang. To put that into context, Mai Zhenpang in wheelchair 2 lost out in the quarterfinals this week. Doesn't take a medal in wheelchair 2. Very able doubles player. Doesn't tend to compete at the top level in men's singles in his wheelchair 2 category. Usually the tactic is to run, if you like, or at least push the wheelchair 1 player around the court. But such is the quality of Xu Zimao, they're actually targeting Ma Zhenpang. Quite amazing. Just squeezed a bit too hard with that deceptive punch clear. It's gone long as well. Drawing level. Well, despite the fast start from the Chinese, the Koreans have come back and taken the lead here. Yu Sung on the left is into the men's singles wheelchair 2 final. An enviable task, facing on best in the world, Daiki Kajiwara of Japan. Touch on the service line from Mai. Shot. Catching Xu Zimao off guard. Good rally. Finds the space. Yu Sung caught in the middle, covering or trying to make sure he and his partner had the court covered, but left too much of a gap Found nicely, buys him out. One place between these two pairs in the rankings, 7 and 8. But they've played fewer tournaments than most at the top. Just 3 tournaments making up the ranking point. 7th spot for Mai and Xu. And just 4 tournaments for Park Hae-sung and Yoo Soo-young. Malaysia's Norland and Ramlee at the top of the shop. They have played 7 tournaments. That's lovely. Great touch. Took that so early. Going for the big smash twice, and the second through the defences of Yoo Soo-young. See how much power is in the arm of Ma Zhenpang. Big support for the Korean team. Shot, possibly the best shot Park has played. Straight down the right wheel of Ma Zhenpang. Good defensive position he was in. Still targeting Mai. It's almost a half-court battle at times between Mai and Park. Falling short, 11-8 is the score. Mid-game break.
Yeah. 옆에서 빠지는 거는 수영이가 보면서 볼을 조금 많이 해줘야 돼. 나머지는 잘하고 있어. 높은 공 말고 드리블으로 오는 거는 앞에 그런 볼 가지고. 애매하게 떨어지는 공들이 많아서 아주 가까워. 한 번씩은 깊게 봐도 돼. 포핸드 하는 애들 봐도 돼. 잘하고 운영은 지금처럼 가야 돼. 그러니까 기본적으로 우리가 조금 수비적으로 버티면서 깔고 간다고 생각해야 돼. 얘네가 실수할 때까지 잘하고 있어. 하자. 네. 저기 우리 달라붙으면 미스 나와. 네. 화이팅! 화이팅!
Well, the punch clear, had it been in court, would have beaten most players. Just wide. The Koreans with the big celebration. Still fighting for a place in this match. Both Mai and Shu getting a bit excited overhead. Soo-young working hard. And again, to make an impact in the rally. Another one, just long. Back on level terms. Real chance here for Ewan Park of Korea. Talked briefly earlier about that previous meeting they had. Which had elements of being tight and competitive. Closest game score, however, was still 16. Went for it, Yu Soo-young. Again, missing by fractions. 2 inches more into the court and probably would have been a winner. Look how a bit of grit and concentration change that scoreline quickly. 3-point gap feels quite a lot now. So reverse slice. Didn't even look to be a gap where he played the winner, but the deception was so good. Plenty more court to work with as well. Terrific. Hitting winners at will now. Confidence levels are high again between Mai and Xu. Chinese queuing up for that lift to middle. Xu Mao trying to take the initiative. Clever. Have another good shot. Yu So-young having to work really hard. Rally. It is wonderful. Best rally of the match so far, finished with that really nice punch clear cross court from Mai Zhenpang. Four points clear. Getting towards the end of this opening game. It's been quite a long game. Hard fought rallies, long rallies. Oh, it was just wide. Nice idea. That was wild from Xu Mao. Still just 24 years old. He was diagnosed with polio at 3 months old. He was paralyzed in those lower limbs. That reverse slice has been devastating. He's only ever lost in one final of all the internationals has been in majors. That was in the men's doubles. That was with Ma Zhenpang. Doesn't look like it's going to happen again today, though. 21-16 the opening game. Hard fought. Chinese pair showing their quality once again. Game 2 underway. Let's see if that change of ends helps or hinders the Korean efforts. Most of the week so far, there has been a slight end-to-end drift, a slower and faster end in here. May have changed, of course, since yesterday, but if it is consistent, the Chinese pair now with the wind behind them slightly. So the Koreans may find it a little bit more difficult when they're under pressure to get a good length. Good drop shot. Park under real pressure again. Zhenpang seeing a lot of the shuttle still. As is Park, his song for that matter. Now is maneuvering that wheelchair. Good defense. It's tough. Great point to win for the Koreans. They were under so much pressure. A lot of airtime on that drop shot from Zimao. That's, of course, the danger playing on the faster side. To be careful how much you put behind that punch clear. Coverage from Soo-young. Hae-sung shifting that chair around, maximum effort. Too good. As soon as it was up mid-court to Soo Zimao, he knew it was going to be ending one way. Attempts. Soo-young. A rare mistake. Park Hae-sung. Pan can't find a way through. Soo Zimao and also young spectators for large parts of that rally. short. According to the, well, I would say line judge. I think the umpire might be calling that service line. It's been a great start to this second game for Park and Yu. 3-point lead develops. 4 points now, that's gone long. Seems they're finding life a little bit more difficult on this near side, the Chinese pair. Maybe they're not enjoying having that little bit of drift behind them. Trying too much there. Bit ambitious from Su Young. Long as well. He struggled quite a lot here, Ma Zhenpang, finding a good length. 4-point lead for the Koreans in the second. Starting to run out of ideas, the Chinese on this side. Need a bit of variation, change things up. Because that relentless attempt to pin Park Hae-seong into that rear corner doesn't seem to be working. Good quality from Xu Jimao. Again, showing his class, he gets the chance. waiting. The comeback. There were 3 points in a row for the Chinese to get back into this. Like that from Yu So-young. Doesn't get to see as many of the shots as his partner. Typical of sport class 1 and 2. Doubles. That's lovely. And equally, Park Hae-seong doesn't get a chance to hit many winners under pressure a lot of the time. He took it out of Park then and got into top gear. Looks like we might be going to the distance here. Effort from Park, trying to force an opening. Suzy Mao just doesn't seem to miss. Clever. Calling for a bit of variation, particularly from Mai Zhenpang, and in that rally twice. He went at the Koreans with something different. Good shot quality too. It's come up short. They've let the Chinese back into the second game. Suzy Mao playing a shot in 3 rallies. Still hasn't.
My last word. Don't raise your fist towards your opponent.
So 15 all. It's gone long. They thought they'd made it, just missed the back line. held the lead in the second game since the very start. Short again. Can't fault the efforts of the Koreans in this second game. Just coming up short at the very last moment after so much hard work, relentless effort. Clever shot to middle, clash of rackets from the Chinese pair. Shot quality out the window. Good finish from Yu So-young. It's an important point for the Korean efforts. I think if the Chinese manage to get this and get that 2-point lead back, it'll be hard for the Koreans to find a way back into this match. Good clear. Mai finds the space. Good vision and aggression. Yu So-young breaking a string as well. Just to add insult to serious injury. Quick. Shuzimao is in that chair. Reverse slice cross winner. Nearing the championship finale. 2 points away. Coverage from Mai. Good control of the chair, good timing of the movement. Match points, championship points. Time. Can they get away into this second game? Can they force a decider? No, they can't. The 2 times Paralympic champions and now the 3 times world champions in WH1, WH2, men's doubles, Mai Zhengpang and Shuzimao take the title once again. Well, it wasn't an easy final. They had to work so hard for it. A terrific
Match won by
battle.
My Deng and Chu Jimu, 21
Park
16,
Hae-seong
21
and Yu
17.
So-young really put them to the test. Test they passed once more. Xu Zimao back in action later in the wheelchair 1 men's singles final, as is Yu So-young, who features in the wheelchair 2 men's singles final on this court. Not actually that far away. 2 women's singles matchups coming up in a few moments. First of which you can watch on the live stream. We're going to take a quick break from commentary, but you can watch Liu Yutong taking on Zhu Tingting in the wheelchair 2 women's singles final coming up next. And if it all goes to plan, we'll be back with live commentary of the wheelchair 1 women's singles final, and thereafter in half an hour's time or so. So we'll take a short break, but enjoy the live feed here, finals day in the wheelchair hall. We'll be back with you shortly.
Please welcome our technical officials hosting this match, Mr. Brady Martin.
and gentlemen, on my right, Xu Yingning, China, and on my left, Liu Yutong, China. Liu Yutong to serve, love all, play. 20 seconds. Play. Ball 6. Service over. 7-13. Service over. 14-7. Service over. 8-14. 113. over, 5-11. Service over, 12-5. 111.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Yin Menglu, China. And on my left, Sarina Satomi, Japan. Yin Menglu to serve, level, play. One, love. It's over. 1-0. Service over. 2-1. Three, one. Four, one. Service over. 2-4. Three, four.
A warm welcome back to day 6 here in Bahrain, the Badminton World Championships 2026. Finals being played throughout the day here. A one-court format inside the wheelchair hall, with the women's singles wheelchair 1 sport class in action. Second match up for the day for Yin Menglu, taking the gold with Liu Yutong in the women's doubles a couple of hours ago. Dominant performance once again in the doubles events for those two. Not going to find life quite as easy here against Sarina Satomi of Japan. Current world number 1 Serena Satomi.
5-0.
Gold medalist at the Paralympic Games in Paris in 24 and in Tokyo in 2021. Double Olympic champion and reigning world bronze medalist. That title, world champion, belongs to this lady, Yin Menglu. For wheelchair one athletes, these two terrific movers in the chair. See the power and consistency in the racket as well. Nice shot going cross. It's that round the head corner, causing a problem for Serena. An incredible 20-second meeting, this match, although that will include doubles events over the years. Their first meeting, in fact, a doubles event at the Dubai International back in 2019. And in terms of singles, it's Serena who, of late, has the better record. Final at the China International last year, and the Asian badminton, the para-badminton final as well. Serena Satomi coming through to win against Yin Menglu, and somebody that knows a little bit about wheelchair para-badminton is joining me in the commentary box. I'm absolutely delighted to have a bit of company for maybe the next hour, maybe two, maybe three if I'm lucky. BWF Vice President for para-badminton now, Mr. Richard Perrault. Welcome, Richard. Hi. It's great to have you here, it really is. This is your sport class, right? Wheelchair one?
Yes, yes, definitely. It's really exciting to see that game.
Absolutely. I mean, World Championship levels, it's great to be at another major event. How many major events, how many World Championships have you either competed in or been a part of?
Yeah, 4. I've been competing in 4, witnessed all of them since, but competing in 4, and both men's single and doubles.
You're not really retired, Richard, are you?
Yeah, well.
We all try and retire, but...
Yeah, you're right. We never really retired. Actually, I've played the French Championship 2 weeks ago, which was my jubilee. I may have some more jubilees actually, and but internationally I've played last year in Czech Republic, but I think I'm getting really too old for this now.
I keep saying the same thing,
yeah.
But it's hard to give up the racket, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is hard. It's a good start to this match. The standard in wheelchair one has been improving so much over the years.
Yeah, if I was starting now, I will never reach the international level.
Wow.
And yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the level of the top players has always been really high.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say the rank from the second player to the 20 player now is really improved, and it's much more concentrated. And now you got huge players from all over the place, which is amazing. We're still lacking a bit from the wheelchair classes, the African players. But even in Pan Am now, you got Jaime from Chile, you got Pilar from Peru, you got all the team from Brazil who is doing really well. So yeah, of course here we have final Asia.
Yes. A lot of Asia finals in wheelchair at the World Championships.
but I'm really glad that we are having European athletes, Pan Am athletes, and in the standing category we have quite a lot of African athletes in the finals as well. So
absolutely,
we're getting there.
We are absolutely getting there. And in the wheelchair classes this week, 2 new nations in terms of World Championships, Slovakia represented, and also the United Arab Emirates here as well. So the sport keeps growing.
Yeah, and I've just learned that the organizing committee is having new athletes also coming, because there's a kind of competition in the Middle East, and the Paralympic president told me that we cannot just have United Arab Emirates playing, so they have new players coming in also. So in the years to come, there will be an increased number of investment into all classes, which is really great.
It's fantastic for the sport. And I mean, your first experience of para badminton was back in what, 15 years ago?
That was
more?
Yeah. That was 2010.
2010.
It was in Spain, and it's a total different world now, of course.
The evolution has been
and
amazing.
I think you were playing there, maybe.
I did. My first events were in the same year. Certainly internationally, I played in 2011. I don't think I played an international event in 2010, but some UK Four Nations events in Britain.
Of course.
So I played in those in 2010. But yeah, we've got a similar experience, I suppose, in terms of timeline. The shift in the sport, and we can put it down to the fact it's now in the Paralympic Games, which is such a terrific thing for badminton.
Yes, I remember very well the day we learned that we were on the program. This was in September, October 2014.
Yeah.
And I had a call from one of our top players from France. He said, "We are on it." I say, "What do you mean we're on it? Did I owe you something?" I say, "No, we're on the program, the Paralympics." Say, "What?" That was a game changer, really. Everything went more professional since, but the good thing is we keep the same community and family relation within the athlete community. Even though we are a lot more now, we're still really close to one another, which is really nice. And there's a lot of players coming, invited to train in Asia and in Europe. We have a lot of. Sometimes you go to a boot camp and you see Switzerland is there, Germany is there, France is there. Say, oh, great! There's a lot of connection between countries.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm close. I work with the GB team in para badminton in the UK and England. We bring over players. Vitor Tavares came for the week. We've had Dutch players. We've had other nations come and join and train with us. It's that community is very much still alive. I think the big change, however, is inside the arena, because it used to be everybody played every event they could. So typically you were playing 3 events. Because of that, you don't tend to leave the arena. You stay there, the whole team. It's a lot of cheering, it's a lot of fun. It's becoming a bit more professional. People are looking after their bodies, taking themselves back to the hotels. It gets a bit quieter.
Yeah, of course. Well, there's a lot of pressure now on the athletes and on their coach as well, because back in the country, you have a world medal for Bahrain, for instance, or you don't. It's also a game changer. You have to just to think that the race to LA will start very early April.
Yeah, just over
next
a year's
year.
time.
So that's why this tournament is very important, because the more points you get now, the best seed you will have. So it's not it's changed from the old days. And these athletes that you have the pleasure to see today most of them are professional, full time. In our time, no one was professional.
Sure.
But what remained the same is that you still see the athletes' kids around. Of course, my daughter, I bring her on so many tournaments. Now she's grown up, but now the next generation of athletes, they are bringing their own kids. So we still have some kind of old way of living para badminton.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of players competing today that were competing when I first started, and at the top level as well. I mean, You look at Chiele Ku from Malaysia in SU5 in the standing categories, winning medals way back before I started, still winning medals, double Olympic champion. I mean, that's amazing.
He's so competitive.
Yeah.
The first time I saw him play, I just stopped playing myself. I was like,
Just to watch.
wow,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
And in terms of the wheelchair classes as well, I mean, Kim Jung-jung is still playing. He's one of the legends of para badminton. He's on the wall at Nazar Tower in BWF headquarters in Malaysia. The only para player, I think, on that Legends BWF wall, which is an amazing thing.
There's another one.
There is another one now?
Yeah, that you may know. His name is Martin Holt.
He's not.
Yeah, he's everywhere on the wall of the BWF
Oh,
office.
on the
Not on
office, but not on the Legends wall.
No.
He is a legend, but
He
for
is.
different
If you
reasons.
hear us, Martin, you're a legend.
I mean, this sort of level now, I mean, we never... I went to the China International in 2015. Were you there?
Yes, of course.
I hadn't seen a Chinese para badminton player to that point.
Nor do I.
We don't see them travel even now much, but they turn up for these types of events. They turn up enough in qualification to get to the games. They're in 6 of the 7 wheelchair finals today, and I have them as favourites in at least 4 of them, maybe more. They're dominating.
Yes, I mean the strategy in parasport in China is in every sport the same. All the other parasport are struggling to have the Chinese athlete to compete. They are very rarely going out of China, but when they do, they are not here to, you know,
Have fun.
yeah, have fun.
I mean, they do have fun, I'm sure,
Yes,
but they're here
yes.
to get the job done to win medals. It's 18-16 in this one with the Chinese athlete Lin Menglu taking the lead.
Oh,
It's a tough match, this one. The rivalry between these two, I imagine, is something quite scary.
Miss Satomi is, yeah, she's been winning so much, and she's one of the few non-Chinese to be at that level.
Absolutely.
So
Double Olympic champion herself.
yeah. I remember our title in Tokyo. She was so emotional. It was
Home event.
home event and a special Paralympics because it was in 2021.
Yes.
They had all the pressure.
And the first Paralympics.
Crazy.
The first one. And I mean, the second one was in France, your home country. That must have been very special for you.
Actually, yes. It's as a French citizen, it was the 100th the centuries of the Paralympic in Paris because we had, the last time we had it was in 1924.
Wow, 1924, it's a long time ago. But just focusing on the end of this one as Lin Menglu gets the better of Serena Satomi in the first end. There's a little bit of drift conditions here in this hall.
Yeah.
Not so much in the standing hall, but in this hall. So the second and third game, if it gets to 3, might be a little bit different. But I think Serena Satomi now is going to have the wind with her, behind her. Might make a little bit of difference here.
It will be make a lot of difference. But yeah, you're right. The third set, if it happens, will be really interesting because both of them will have the win. But yeah, I'm surprised by Sarina because she used to be more in control of her games, and I think she's seeing her Chinese opponent taking over her little by little, event by event.
Yes.
And I think that she's kind of, you know, under tension.
Yeah, maybe feeling the stress, the pressure a little bit more today, especially as, I mean, I would expect Lin Mengyu to feel some pressure. She's the current world champion, the reigning world champion. She's the one trying to defend that title. There's more pressure on her, but Serena's number 1, 2 Olympic gold medals.
Yeah.
Maybe that sways things slightly.
I always said be careful of the ranking because the Chinese are not competing; they are hidden in the rankings.
Yes.
And
Dark horses.
Yes, exactly.
So, Richard, a new role for you in the BWF, taking over from Paul Curzo as Vice President Para Badminton.
Another legend of our sport. Huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Tell us, I mean, a bit more about that role. What does it entail? What is your job?
So, as you may know, BWF is a able badminton international federation, Olympic federation, that has taken over para badminton back in 2013, and ever since there has been a spot for vice president of para badminton. So the role is mainly in like a 50-50. One is to make sure that para badminton is heard at the highest level of badminton world. That's working with the BWF Council, which we are more 25 of us, and only 2 are with a disability, which is Daniel Chan from Hong Kong, which is the chair of the Athlete Commission, and myself. So we are, let's say, mentoring the other council member into para badminton, because for them it's brand new. They have a Olympic background and a very limited experience in para badminton, but we're taking that. And most of my other mission is to promote para badminton at the International Paralympic Committee and within the para sport world in general. This is in order to make para badminton more visible.
I imagine that role with the IPC must be really exciting.
Yes, yes, because within the IPC you meet their members, so all the National Paralympic Committee. You're meeting all the other international federations, which some of them are like athletics or swimming are specifically para, but you meet all the, for instance, rowing is like in the same structure as we have. Yeah, they are under the Rowing Able Federation. So yeah, you are meeting a lot of I people, and the whole thing is how the next Paralympic are going to be organized, which sport is going to be on the program, and any athletes we're going to have.
Yeah, so which is so that changes everything, doesn't it? Because, for example, you compare Tokyo to Paris, 2 more events.
Yes.
Of the 22 gold medals available this week at the World Championships, there were only 14 in Tokyo, 16 in Paris, and more bed spaces, more players in total.
Plus 30. Yeah.
And that's a huge increase. That's
Yes,
that was fantastic, wasn't it?
Especially when you compare it to the other Paralympic sport. I can give you the example of para triathlon and para canoeing that were new on the program in Rio. They only had 60 slots for their athletes, which you can imagine it's a struggle when you're an international federation, because you need to choose which of your events you're going to promote to the Paralympic level.
That was the key thing for me. I mean, that you've used the phrase game changer twice, and for me the biggest thing in badminton going to the Paralympics was physically the change to the game itself, the change to the sport classes, the combinations. My first World Championship 2011 in Guatemala, I came home with 2 medals, but I was competing only against other amputees.
Yes.
We don't have that now. It's impossible because we'd have so many more sport classes. You'd have 40 or something medals here this week, and you can't fit all of those events into the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, exactly. The Paralympic Games are have to be organized under a very limited number of days. We are a very limited number of days of venue available. So you have to fit all your games and your medal events within these 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, and also the number of athletes in the Paralympic Village. We have 389 athletes entered this week.
Yeah.
In the Paralympics, as you said, 120.
Yeah,
in the last
120.
games.
Yeah.
So you can see how you can't fit all of these medal events at the World Championships into the Paralympic Games.
The maximum number of athletes is capped by the International Paralympic Committee to 4,400.
I see.
So the 22 summer sport have to fit within this 4,400.
Right.
So whenever badminton get plus 30, the International Paralympic Committee has to give away 30 from another sport.
Right.
And you were mentioning the impact of being or not on the Paralympic. We badminton we failed twice to get into the Paralympic, because every 4 years we were trying to get in.
Yes.
And but one of the reasons we went in is because some sport went out of the program, like
Okay.
sailing, for instance, and football aside.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference, and if we can only fit less than half, less than 50% of our World Championship athletes into the Paralympics, you could imagine how many classes we had back in 2011.
We had 11
Right.
classes,
Yeah.
and we had to go down to 6,
To 6.
and that was one of the reason we were accepted to the Paralympic.
Exactly.
Because with 11 class, we had like 40 medal events. There was no chance that we could get one day in the
Right.
Paralympics.
Right.
So we have to make some hard choice.
Mhm.
I was one of the class who disappeared from the 11th,
And mine. Sure.
and yours.
Yeah.
So you see, but I still think it was worth it.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to draw a line somewhere. I mean, I always think the sport comes first. And that's my personal view. I would treat myself as an athlete. I would focus on the shuttlecock, focus on the badminton. The disability is just a challenge that everybody here has to adapt and overcome somehow. The sport comes first. If you are a basketball fanatic, but you are only 1.70 m in height,
Yeah.
you're probably not going to play in the NBA. That's just life. That's just sport. Yeah. So if you can only have, in this case, 6 classes or 14 medals at the Tokyo Olympics or Paralympics, 16 in Paris, you know, it's sport, it's life. You've got to compete. So amputees are now playing against other disabilities.
Yeah.
And in the wheelchair classes, the same thing. There's a reduction in the number of classes.
Yeah.
That's life.
Yeah.
You've got to get on with it.
But still, it's a great experience, and the whole sensation to have a focus and a race to qualify to the games is, I think it's really exciting for all the athletes.
Yes, and whilst some of us, at some times, myself included, would complain that it's not fair I'm having to play full court singles against somebody like Luca Mazur, because the physicality of it is unfair for me. Okay, so I might complain, I can say that. But we've seen an above-knee amputee take the gold in Paris,
Yeah.
Nitesh Kumar. We've seen in the men's doubles a few hours ago here, Xu Zimao of China. He is the wheelchair 1 athlete. Normally they get picked on. Normally they are the focus of the shuttle in a doubles combination. He's so good, they're staying away from him. So these guys are going against the mold.
Yeah, well, you know one, and for the people of the community who knows a bit about the athlete, there's one athlete in the 6 category who is not with is one of the most impaired, and that's in his category. He's been twice at the Paralympic and won twice medal. It's Christian Combs, and he's a kind of legend because, and he's one of the I don't know why he's not the president, because he's so popular. And I mean, when you watch the final of the Paris men's single SH6 category, and you see his behavior on court, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Everyone was
Even though he was losing, he was playing in such a good spirit,
Yeah.
and smiling and enjoying the occasion.
Yeah, so here we are.
And,
now we
and
are.
again today, we focus on that, and the reason viewers, I know we're watching the wheelchair categories right now, but hopefully a lot of people tuning in know a bit about the standing categories as well. In that short stature class, there are some athletes that look like they have a big physical advantage, like Vitor Tavares, Charles Noakes, like Nagar from India. Different types of dwarfism.
Yep.
And different kinds of short stature. And then you look at Natapol Michai from Thailand, who physically looks like he is going to struggle against these guys.
Yeah.
But his badminton racket, his skills are so strong. He's just beaten a former double world champion in the semi-final today, easily.
Yeah.
In that match. I mean, again, these players are finding a way.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
the beautiful thing about badminton, isn't it?
And what we felt like the truth was about the different disabilities within a class has turned totally upside down.
Yeah.
Can tell you, for instance, the final in Tokyo, was Nagara against Shumankai, which were a type of short stater, which we at the time we argue that's not fair. They got an obvious advantage. But if you see the Paris result, there are 3 short stature people from the totally different disability, and Shumankai and Naga were not on the podium.
No, that's right, and neither of them have succeeded this week. And Charles Noakes, both and Vitor Olympic medalists, went out early in the event. It's wide open in that particular sport class.
But the very exciting thing is that we have a rising star in that category with Miles Krajewski from the US.
Into another final today.
Yes.
Beating Nagar in 2 games.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be fascinating. That final is going to be fantastic. Well, we should focus back in on this one. Serena's making headway in the second. She had the lead. It's now been cut back again by Lin Menglu. Already a gold medal. That must be a lovely feeling. She's already got a gold medal today, Yin Menglu, in the doubles. It's comfortable. It's nice. You know, success.
Yeah, I think when you have one, you can go to bed, no pressure, and let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah. In her case, just a couple of hours later, she had to refocus for this wheelchair 1 final.
And I remember a few years ago when you see these athletes now, how the way they move with their wheelchair has really improved. At the time, the wheelchair 1 category, which is the most impaired that you're currently watching, they were the ones who are hardly moving around.
Yeah.
Which today they're just under the shuttle, and the length of the rallies are going up and up and up.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And the power, the flexibility they still have, even though they have lost some or maybe all of their trunk function, that core strength, because of where the impairment begins.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a range of where the impairments begin, which does still give us that broad spectrum of physical abilities on show. But I go back to Xu Zimao, who I watched a couple of hours ago. He's like you said about watching Chia Lei Ku. For me, what he can achieve in a chair, and also Yin Menglu's teammate Liu Yutong. Yeah, she's a wheelchair too. She's got full ability from the waist up, so she's strong. But her badminton and the ability to move so easily, so freely. Daiki Kajiwara is another one. We'll see him in a couple of matches' time. The way these players move the chair, they're aliens. It looks different to how I used to see para-badminton wheelchair players 10 years ago.
That's the right word. Liu Yutong, wheelchair 2 from China, and Kuzimo, they are our champion. Here is on the screen. Both of them are on the screen now. They're in the wheelchair community. They are the aliens, because they're both on the top of what can be done.
They're on a different level. On a different level. It's like Michael Jordan playing basketball. They're head and shoulders above everybody else.
They're the GOAT.
Yeah.
And if you take Kuzimo, I was there at his first tournament. You were there too. It was in China 2015.
That's it.
He was classified there. He was 14 years old. And at the time, in the pool game, he went against one of our top athletes who is still competing today, David Toupé from France, who became a world champion in men's double 2 years after that. And David was in China to raise some points. In the pool was Kuzimo, 14 years old. He was probably 20 kilos at the time. His wheelchair was too big. He had cushion on the left on the side just to make sure he was not falling over.
Wow.
And he came, and David had the hard time to beat him in 3 sets. And when he came out, David said to me, "We're going to be in trouble in the year to come." And apparently he was right, because I think Kuzimo in the single, don't think he ever lost a game in his career. Can you check that?
I can tell you without checking.
Okay.
Because I covered the match earlier, so I had to do some research. He's lost 1 final.
Okay.
In his entire international career, including just the World Tour international event, but also majors, Asian, World, Olympics. In the doubles, he's lost in 1 final.
And when it comes to Liu Yutong in single, none, since she's 13 years old.
The interesting thing, I mean, that was amazing. In Ulsan in 2017, the World Championships, she was classified, I think, as a wheelchair 1 initially. She wins that world title. they say, okay, maybe she's a 2, but she's 13, so she was
Yes.
still growing and developing. They put her in wheelchair 2. Next World Championship final, she wins that as well.
Yeah. So you know what now? Everyone is talking in the wheelchair community. What if we move her to the wheelchair to male category? And no, but you know what? She's so good. Most of the athletes I've talked to, the ones not the ones from the
I put
top
her
20.
I put her in the quarterfinals, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think she'll make the semis.
Yeah. Not too sure.
Ah.
But apparently she's training in China, and we have to find out. If someone's listening that have access to video training in China, please send us the video of Lu Yutong playing with the males of the national team, because that would be super interesting to see, because we never had the opportunity to see her playing under pressure.
No.
Never.
That
She's
the women's doubles final earlier. She's got more time than everybody else. When she needs to move fast, she's there lightning fast. She's there before your opponents hit the shuttle.
Yeah.
She's got such a good reading of the game as well. Good touch, good length, good power when she needs it. It's just a different level. I don't think it will ever happen. We'll never see it. But it would be interesting to see her playing against. We see it in tennis, right? We go all the way back to Billie Jean King. More recently, Zabalenka played against Nick Kyrgios. Did you see the results of that?
no, I didn't see the result, but I hear.
Kyrgios won, but they changed a lot. They took away the second serve. They made the court slightly smaller, I think.
Oh.
So
No,
it
we
wasn't
don't
a
need that
fair
for us.
test. It would be interesting to see Lu Yutong compete against.
No, because it's the court is small in wheelchair badminton. You can argue it's small, but you have to, if you have, as Lu Yutong has, the reading, she pre-read every trajectory.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and that's what Michai in the SH6 is doing so well as well. That reading of the game. Meanwhile, Satomi is finding her wheels, finding her tire pressure, finding her grip. What do you want to call it? I'd say finding my feet, but she's not using her feet.
Yeah.
But she's back in this match, 2013 in the second. It looks like we're going the distance.
Yeah.
But it was close at the mid-game interval, the second half of this second game.
This is crazy. Who is going to?
Blink first.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oops.
that was
Yeah.
a poor miss, but I think the job had already been done. 21-13 the second for Serena Satomi, the double Paralympic champion. There's Kiki, there's plenty of people down there. Cynthia Mathes looking on as well. It's nice to have a bit of a crowd.
Yeah, this is something really special when you want to see Serena under pressure. You want to witness the game to see how you can play against her in the next match. So that's why you have seen Kiki, which is Tomanke from Belgium, or our dear friend from Switzerland as well, watching. And also I think I've seen Brazilian team just around, probably videoing.
There's the legendary Xu Jimao in the foreground there, sat at the bottom, who we talk about so much. But yeah, I mean, the top 4 in the world, you look at these two on court right now, and also Cynthia and Kiki,
Yeah.
who are sat beside the court on the far side from where we're sitting. There they are, watching on. I mean, a lot of these tournaments, it's hard to pick a winner in this female wheelchair 1 category. Yes, these two now are taking the lead, but over the last 7 or 8 years, I mean, you look back and Valeska Noblok from Germany was also a real strong contender in wheelchair 1. She was world number 1, but again, you didn't know who was going to win, and it always made it fascinating, women's wheelchair 1.
Yeah. I really feel like since Paris, a lot has been changed and everything has been wrapped up. It's crazy because we were talking about the SH6 categories. We are talking about here wheelchair 1. You know, you got a lot of the winners of Paris. Probably like, you know, after we have to remind that between Tokyo and Paris were only 3 years.
Yes, that's true.
And these athletes have been under pressure for a constant 3 years, so you can imagine that the relief when you have 4 years before the next Paralympic. It's just like
that cycle, though, the start of qualification for LA is going to come around so quickly.
Yeah.
And then suddenly all the pressure is back on. You'll see the Chinese athletes at least the 6 events to qualify.
Yeah.
It's going to make it tough.
Yeah, actually, if we take the qualification regulation that we had for Paris, which we are obviously going to change a bit, because we found out the last time that we had some weaknesses we want to improve.
Okay.
Based on the feedback from the athlete community, which are the ones who are in the heart of our sport. So we are going to take. We've well noted their comments from Paris. We're going to adapt our qualification regulation for LA, and most probably the race to LA will start early April 2027.
Right.
So that's
and end when?
Probably March 28th.
March. After probably the Spanish tournaments.
Yes, and after the World Championship 2028 as well, which will be at during the first quarter of 2028.
See, that's big. You see, winning the world here is important. Like you said, those ranking points are huge. It puts you at a higher seeded place for the next event. You avoid stronger competition until you get to the latter stage. It all helps, doesn't it, move forwards? But the world ranking points in 28 will count for the qualification.
Yes.
And also the ranking points for the seeding in the games.
Which is so important, because in the games we have small number of athletes by medal event.
Yes.
And if you are really seeded, you are not protected, but you have a better chance to go through the medal match.
Yeah, absolutely. It could change a lot, can't it?
But you are right. What is important for the viewers to understand is that the race is not starting a year before the Paralympics. It's already started now with the World Championship, because winning some point now, you will be top seeded and you will start the race to LA with a better position on tournaments.
Yeah, that's
which has a lot of influence.
Of course it does. I remember even going back to the qualification for Tokyo, players going into the first tournament, which I think was Turkey in that case, back in 2020, because the event took place in 2021. But if you're in the top seeds then going in, you can better chance of winning, better chance of getting more points, better chance of staying in the ranking higher going into the following events. It's all a snowball effect.
Yeah, exactly.
4-3 here.
It's so tight.
It's I think the coin toss and the choice of ends in this sort of situation becomes so much more important. People have forgotten about it already. That was half an hour ago or more. But now we realise Serena, who had a 9-point run in the end of the second game to take that huge lead. We were chatting, it was 12-all, we chatted, we looked round, suddenly it was game point.
Yeah.
She's going to end the match on that side of the court again. So she can afford to drop here. She can be a few points behind, and still she's the favourite in my book.
Yeah, and in the especially in the wheelchair one classes, you have to understand that clearing the shuttle from the back of the court to the other back of the court is even more difficult. And we are on the third game, and the girls are tired. Their arms are burning, and of course, what happens is that the shorter your clear are. So if you got the win with you at the end of the third game,
big advantage.
Yeah,
big advantage. You mentioned there your arms are burning. Of course they're going to be. Your trapezius muscles in the top of your back. When I've sat in a wheelchair, that's where I feel it. It's hard, all that pushing, you know.
Yeah.
Triceps are burning, your forearms, but your hands, your grip. You look here at Serena. She's wearing not just thin rubber gloves, which I see some players wearing, but pretty heavy-duty looking gloves.
Yeah.
Yin Menglu's wearing nothing.
Yeah.
You used to wear gloves, I remember. In fact, even off the court, I still see you wearing gloves.
I was using one glove.
One glove?
Yeah.
On your non-racket hand, I imagine?
Yes, the non-racket arm, because the racket arm it's very difficult to play with the glove. It's a bit like if you're trying to.
Serena makes it work. Look at these gloves.
Yeah. It's an habit. It depends on the sweat or you have in your arms. Depends also on the hand rim that you are using. See, the Chinese girl is using a hand rim only made of aluminium.
Yep. Okay, I see that.
Yeah. Some of the athletes, which is I think not the case of Sarina, but some of the athletes are using hand rim that are covered with plastic.
It looks like, and it's difficult from this view, but Serena's rims on the wheels are different.
Yeah,
It looks to me.
Yeah, I was using
That one's black.
Yeah.
This one's silver.
Yeah.
Different materials.
Yes. Actually, the one that you
There we
see
are.
here
You
with
can
a
see it
racket,
clearly on this
yeah,
shot.
the black one is covered with plastic, which meant that you are less likely to.
Oh, like a wheel spin.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas
Why are you less likely?
so because
It's better for your grip.
yeah, the grip is much better,
Ah.
and the plastic of your gloves and the plastic of your hand rim are so tight that it's to break it's very easy.
So I've got a theory as to why then she's got two different rims.
And that's
But I'd like to hear from you. Is that
yeah. Me, for instance, I was using two different hand rim quality, but also size, because one of my hands is weaker,
right?
and the bigger the rim, the easier the grip.
Okay.
So you will have all sort of different settings on the wheelchair. It's just more than two hand rim and two wheels. But for Sarina, I'm wondering why, because she is using the same gloves, left and right.
Yeah, I was going to ask why then she doesn't have the black, better grip rim on the left side of her chair as well, so the left hand. But is it because, I mean, you're holding the racket with one hand. You're also having to control the wheelchair with the same hand and use both hands to move the chair. You then, especially in the rear court, have to take your hand off the wheel, play a shot.
Yep.
So your left hand, let's say you're right-handed, your left hand stays on the wheelchair.
Yep.
Play the shot, grab the wheel again, and get back into position.
Yeah.
Is that a reason why she's got two different rims?
I think so, because if you see when she's going backward and she breaks, she always break the same way. First she put her left arm on her hand rim, and then she put her stronger arm, the racket arm, and she blocked the wheelchair with that one. So it's probably she need more grip on the right side.
And the chair also turns almost sideways.
Yeah, yeah.
When you're going round the head and you hit a shot, the chair spins.
Yeah.
And you can't stop it because your your hand's in the air.
Yeah, you always stop it with your hand racket, which is your strongest arm.
And it's after the left hand has already grabbed the wheel, isn't it? It's very. I mean,
yeah, if you the viewers can concentrate when Sarina is like breaking like this, then she's going back, breaking up.
There you go. That slight turn of the chair in the rear around the head corner.
She's going back. She will
There
turn.
we go.
Up.
Turn.
You see,
Come back.
the wheelchair is turning. So she needs a bigger, stronger grip on the right side, because that's the arm that she really breaks the wheelchair and then come back.
This is a great rally for that explanation, because we can see Serena working so hard in that round the head corner so often.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, that was really close. That was really close.
I think it was wide in my view, at least at first glance. But
you know, if I may comment about the organizing committee has done a great job in training the line judges, the people in black that you see in the back of the court.
Yes.
Because these people are so important. Usually in regular badminton you will have, this is a great shot.
That's a good shot. Yeah.
You will have a umpire judging all the lines, and so at eye level we are using the people you see on the screen in black, which are called line judge, and these line judges, especially in wheelchair, are really mandatory, because when you are an umpire, you see the umpire on the left of your screen. You have the athlete in a wheelchair that is going in the back. If he feels like the shuttle is too long, the view of the umpire will be blocked by the wheelchair, and you have no clue if the shuttle is in or out. So we need really these line judges in the back to judge.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
This is brilliant for Serena Satomi. Yes, there's only 1 point difference at the mid-game interval, but she's going on to what I think is her more favoured end. At least she adapted in the second game and learnt how to play on the near side and took a huge lead at the end of the second. Let's see if she can go on to get that advantage again here in the third. We were talking, we had Daniel Chan in the commentary box yesterday. Yes, we were on the standing courts with him, but we talked a lot about his experience, his rivalries with JJ, with Kim Jong-jung, with his time in para-badminton over the years as well. We're sharing a similar time frame again to you and I, actually. He told me something interesting about the tyre pressures in the wheelchair.
The tyre pressure is in science.
Martin Rook, who a good friend of mine and you know, Paralympian from Tokyo.
Flat tyre. He was playing with flat tyre.
He looked like it. That's
Yeah.
just because he's fat and slow, I think. No? No, maybe I'm wrong.
Martin, if you're watching.
No, but he used to, I mean, we work in PSI. Is that same for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Pounds per square inch. His tyre pressures were high. They were over 100
Yeah.
PSI. And I thought that was just, okay, typical. Everybody's going to be using this.
Oh no.
Right, so Daniel was telling me something very interesting. What tyre pressures were in your playing chair?
Okay, so we are not using PSI in France.
Okay.
We are, well, I was putting 9 kilos.
9 kilos. Okay.
Yeah. But not all the wheelchair tire fits to that pressure. You have to be careful on the type. Well, you have to be careful on the type of the tires, on the pressure, on as you can see on the screen, you have most of the wheelchair of a para-athlete have 6 wheels, and there's a very fine-tuned setting between the rear
Casters wheels.
yeah,
that
the
were-
caster's wheel,
Yeah.
and the tires, because if
I know a bit about that as well.
Yeah.
If you see a sports wheelchair sat with nobody in it,
Yeah.
the caster wheels are not level.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of imbalance there because of the movement of.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because when athletes are getting to the back of the court and trying to hit the shuttle, you will see that especially in wheelchair 2, on a wheelchair 2 seat, you will have hardly a backrest.
Yes,
zero
I was
backrest.
explaining that to the viewers earlier because of the core function, the
Yeah.
trunk strength.
Yeah.
They want to lean back
Yes, and
because
if
they
you
have
want
the ability to
and
recover.
if you want to lean back, you have to have your back caster wheels be slightly upper than the front ones, but not too much.
So
because
it's like a rocking
yes,
motion.
it's like, yeah. If you have if we had a scan, you would see that the chair is slightly rocking.
Okay.
But if it's rocking too much, then
You don't want that either.
No, because if you put all your weight, like Sarina is just did
You
there.
can see here with Serena, when she leans back, the back 2 casters are on the floor, of course, all
Yeah.
the body weight.
Yeah.
The front 2 are off the floor.
Yes.
Very slightly.
But if your if your back caster wheels are too high, and that you put your weight on it, it ends up that you are only your wheelchair is on 2 wheels, the back wheels, and the big wheels you cannot break.
There's no grip.
There's no grip
Because you haven't got
there's
enough
no
weight going through it.
on it.
I understand. Interesting.
So it's very tricky because each time you're setting something different, the pressure, the front caster, the back caster, it changes the whole balance of the wheelchair. So that's often why when people around which are my relatives around para sport, they're always saying, "Oh, your wheelchair is like, it's made of bits and pieces, but it takes ages to set up
Yes.
a wheelchair. When you have it, you don't want to move a screw."
I remember rookie, Martin Rook. He was such a...
Perfectionist on that. Huh?
right.
Oh.
Right. Every day in training, he'd be the first guy in. He'd be cleaning the bearings from his caster wheels all
Yes.
the time, doing all these things to just get that perfection
Yes.
in the setup of the chair. The height and the position and the level of the seat is also really important, isn't it?
Yes, you would have. So in wheelchair 1, you would have bigger backrest, and because there's no front balance, the athletes in general will have to sit lower and have.
Serena looks lower than Yin Menglu for some reason. Is that
That's because
deceptive, or is that...
no, that's the reality. But because you have to understand that your wheelchair is an extension of your body,
Yeah.
and based on your level of impairment, you will have a different setup of the wheelchair. So it's not like a pair of shoes. It's not you are 5, 6, or 7. No, it's imagine that in your back you have like your 24 bones. If you break at level 11, you will have a type of chair. If you break at 12, you will have a different chair.
Right.
So because I think that Sarina has less balance than her opponent, she needs to be
Lower
lowered,
down.
and her center of gravity has to be lower as well.
Well, she is centered at the moment, certainly into this deciding game. 4-point lead, 4 points away from another gold medal, but this time a World Championship gold medal, looking like it's a high likelihood for Serena Satomi. Just quickly going back to that pressure question.
Yes.
So I've just done the maths myself. I didn't use Google. I did it all myself.
Whoa.
So 9 kilos, according to the screen. No, according to the maths in my head, it's 128
Okay.
psi.
Yeah.
So Rookie used to tell me he was over 100. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes
that's
sense.
why I was telling you he was running flat, because I went into his wheelchair once.
Right.
But Martin has such powerful arms that he was able to have that type of pressure. In my case,
So his pressure was lower than your pressure.
yeah,
Right.
because he was stronger.
Do you? First of all, do you know the pressure that was in Daniel Chan's wheels?
No, I have no clue.
Okay. Would you like to take a guess?
So I have two theories: or it's really flat tires, or if it's super high pressure.
Okay.
But super high pressure means less grip,
Okay.
because when you brake, you need to have some kind of, you see on Sarina's, or you can imagine that there's 1 centimeter square of rubber
Or less.
on
even.
court,
Yeah.
that all the power has to be on that and the friction.
Okay.
So I would suggest A is not always using the same pressure. That's not an answer, but based on if we are
So
playing
super high or super low, because it is one of those two.
super low.
It is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was amazed how low. He was maybe, in this instance, where 9 kilos is 120.
Yeah.
He was between 55 and 60 psi. So he was maybe 4.
Okay.
4.5
yeah,
kilos.
but that makes sense, because so the flatten the tire,
Very
the
flat.
more
Basically flat tires.
the more friction,
Easier to grip.
easier to grip,
Stops your wheel spinning.
stops your wheel spinning. You're not when you're especially in this type of game of wheelchair 2, where there are very long rallies, you will need to go back and forth and back and forth and back and
But
forth.
you need the strength to shift the chair, because it's
Yes,
easier to move a chair with high pressure.
of course,
Right.
of course.
That's why I found it so fascinating talking.
Imagine
to
that you are in a supermarket with your caddy,
Yeah.
and that your caddy has a wheels that are made of rock, and then you swap to a caddy with wheels made of marshmallow. Your marshmallow caddy is like,
going nowhere, pushing in sand.
yeah,
2 points away, by the way. Serena Satomi, 19-15 in the third. Yim Menglu, the reigning world champion, wheelchair 1. What a shot!
Ooh, this is a nice shot.
Nothing.
At
Serena
that moment,
could do.
at the end of the foot, yeah, you need to have a lot of training to do that, because your arms are really burning.
Yeah, and the confidence under that sort of mental pressure to go for that reverse slice.
And again,
Tried it again. Quite as high quality. Serena
whoa, whoa, whoa.
defending for her life. Well, her eyes firmly fixed on this rally. Has to be a winning point for Yin Menglu, because otherwise I think the task will be too tough.
Oh,
Bit of wheel
Oh
slip
my
from
God.
Serena, but Yin's missed a sitter. That was comfortable, good position. Serena Satomi was all at sea on the back line with the wheels spinning underneath her.
that's typically lactic. You know, you're moving your wheelchair, and then suddenly you lose your grip while moving, and when you hit the shuttle, the racket is all over the place, not facing the opponent.
Tough point for Yin Menglu, who is now facing 4 championship points.
Oh,
There it
gone.
is, it's come up short. Serena Satomi is the world champion in wheelchair 1 women's singles, to add to those 2 Paralympic gold medals she's got. What a career she's having, and a terrific match, a good final for her.
Yeah, tough final for her, I'm happy she had the tough final because that means that the young girl are coming up.
Yeah, absolutely good to see. The pathway, if you like, in para badminton is strong. Lots of new faces. There's not necessarily a new face here, of course. Serena, we know, but she's not been around all that long. She is starting to dominate this wheelchair category, and that's good for the sport because, in my view, China are just too strong. Somebody needs to start taking them down.
Yeah.
Final full of smiles. Yin Menglu already has a gold in the women's doubles with Liu Yutong. She'll have to settle for silver in the singles. It's great for Serena Satomi to take the gold medal. Later on today, Richard, we're going to have the medal ceremonies for all the wheelchairs at the end of the evening, aren't we? And we should still be here, or at least I will be, commentating. You've probably got a few other duties by that time, I imagine.
Yeah, actually, that will be my first World Champion medal ceremony, and it's going to be funny because when the athletes they recognize me coming in my suit, giving them medals away, saying, "What?
Who's this guy?"
I know him, but where from? And
it is funny actually to be recognised out of context. For example, if I see another para badminton athlete, but in the street or in the cinema, not wearing their sports clothes, not holding a racket, I'm like, I know you, but where from? It doesn't click automatically.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get today.
Yeah.
Maybe the wheelchair will give it away though.
Yeah, it could be. And it's going to be good fun because I know all of them, and they beat me all, so. Maybe I'll drop the medal.
Well, I'm hoping you're going nowhere, if that's okay. I'd like.
No.
If you have to go, I know you've got a lot of work to do and a lot of responsibilities and roles here today. But it's your sport class coming up next. It's the wheelchair one. It's the men's singles, and it's the guy we've been talking about for a long time.
Yeah, cool.
Shu Jimao coming up next. He's playing Keita Nishimura. We can talk about how they've got through to this final in a few moments' time. But I'm hoping, Richard, you'll stay for this one.
Yeah, my pleasure. I would stay.
Perfect. Well, we'll take a very short break, but for the next match coming up in a couple of moments, we'll be back with you. big thank you to viewers wherever you are in the world watching this, to staying with us here in the BWF Badminton World Championships 2026. We're in the Middle East, the first time this part of the world has hosted the Badminton World Championships. A big thank you to Bahrain and the sports committee that's gone on to organise this event. Day 6, so not quite the final day, but it is the finals day in the wheelchair hall. I'm joined presently by wheelchair legend, BWF Vice President Badminton, Richard Perrault from France, but I think the France part is perhaps irrelevant these days. Richard, you travel so much.
Yeah, and I'm not French anymore since I'm representing the world of Badminton, so I try not to support too much my country team.
Yeah, I try. I fail sometimes, but I try not to. I try and stay neutral.
You have to behave.
Exactly. Behave, Bobby, behave. Well, we're into our, what is this one? 4th, 5th final of the day, perhaps. It's the Wheelchair 1 Men's Singles World Championship Gold Medal event. That's the legend. He might only be, what is he, 24 years old, but what an athlete, what a wheelchair athlete is Xu Jimao of China.
Yes.
Double reigning Paralympic champion, reigning world champion. How many times has he won the world championships? It's a handful.
Since he plays, I think.
I think he lost the very first one in Ulsan in the final. Silver medal he had to settle for. But
yeah, he was 17.
He was. That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, he might have been 15. No, 17. You're right. You are right. I'm sorry, you are right. But he's taken gold in singles and doubles in every world championships since then. That's apart from Tokyo, because China weren't able to travel, of course, due to COVID.
Of course.
But I think he would have taken that one too.
Yeah, clearly. Since he's playing, I first played him when he was 14 years old. I was like 20 years plus him, and he was already really skillful. He was really relaxed. He had the full racket skill already. But of course, at his age, he was like probably 15 kilos less than today.
Yeah, wow. And now he's strong, isn't he?
He is super powerful. He has developed the upper body, of course. In this age when you are. But he's probably training a lot on that. So of course he added to his racket skill when he was a young boy, his power now, and that's where he's just controlling the game.
He is. I mean, we've talked about it already a few times today, but the Chinese national team are not traveling to every event. They turn up when it matters. They get the job done. He's lower ranked than some of the opponents he's playing this week. He beat the world number 1, Mohamed Iqbal Ramli from Malaysia, comfortably yesterday. Ramli barely got double figures, 9 and 10. But Nishimura really surprised me yesterday. He came through and won against Choi Jung-man. I think you were here watching that match too.
Yeah.
I was sat up here commentating on it. 77 minutes, I think, it took in the end. 21-18 in the third. That was a brilliant moment for Nishimura to get to this final.
Yes, Nishimura beating Choi, knowing that Choi has been twice the Paralympic finalist against Ku. That's not a shocker, but it's a surprise, because we are thinking that Choi will react. Choi has been around for a long time, always second, but always also in control. Hardly be heavily winning in the semi-finals. So
very consistent player, Choi, isn't he?
Choi is, we call him poker face.
Yeah, that's right.
Winning or losing, always the same face.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen. It's one of his skills.
Absolutely.
And but yeah, so yesterday was not a shocker, because we are seeing Nishimura in more doubles, and he's really a good player. He's a really balanced player in terms of power, skills and tactics.
He's got some nice shots too.
Yeah.
He does make, I think, watching the match yesterday, the semi-final against Choi Jung-man, it looked like he was taking more risks. He made more mistakes perhaps, but also hit more winners than somebody like Choi, who looks very consistent.
Yeah, we in the community we know that Nishimura is going for the corners. we call him for the lines. You know, he's definitely into it. I think he's confident enough in his badminton to go for the lines straight away and at any time in the game, which some of the athletes coming to the end of the set will take, you know, some security. He'll rather finish because he knows maybe his power is not as a skill as in Ku. You can see the difference in the type of shoulder that they have. Nishimura is obviously slighter.
Yes, yeah, big arms, but you're right, the shoulders, perhaps the forearms too.
Yeah.
Kuzimao is he's a big, strong boy.
So I think here the question is Kuzimo is going to compress Nishimura? I think the first set can be tight, but the real decision will be taken at the beginning of the second. If he's able to put further power and energy into the game, which was a lot of time what Ku was able to do.
Yeah.
He was having a first set which was, let's say, difficult, and the second set smash it.
Well, that's the art of some of these top players. This is their 7th meeting, actually, and a few of those have been in doubles, but in terms of singles, I mean, all of them have been won by Kuzimao, which is not a surprise. But in terms of singles, their first meeting 3 years ago at the Dubai Badminton International, 21-13, 21-7. But they've started to get a little bit closer since then. They met last year in China. Again, straight games win for Kuzimao. But yeah, I agree with you. Nishimura, it was a surprise, but I've not seen him play on a singles court as well as he has this week, for sure.
And what is really striking is the difference between these two countries. Both countries of badminton and para-badminton, but Japan is on its 2nd generation of wheelchair athlete, whereas China is stick with Kuzimo. Of course, Ku came, he was really young.
Yeah.
But the former generation, which play in Tokyo and in Paris, which is Osamu Nagashima and Hiroshi.
Yes.
They were retired, and the ability of Japan to come up with skillful new players, it's just crazy, because in most of the other country it's very hard.
There's nobody left, there's nobody else coming through.
Yeah, and that's why if you take, for instance, Germany, we used to have a lot of players. The former champion, well known from the community, Thomas von Schneider, who's actually settled in Bahrain now.
Yes, I heard.
Who won a bronze in Paris in the men's single. He was 61 and now he retired, and there's not a new generation in Germany. And it will be similar in France. When Martin Holk has retired, there were hardly a new player of his level coming from
that's right.
The UK.
Daniel Chan said the same thing yesterday. Wheelchair 2 for Hong Kong.
Yeah.
There's nobody behind him coming through.
So there's some kind of strategy of development in Japan that other countries don't have. And
except Korea. Korea have always been very strong with.
Because they have a strong national wheelchair championship.
Yeah.
I have the opportunity to go to their Paralympic Center in the center of Korea.
More than 100 players, right?
Yeah.
That's how I hear.
Yeah. And I guess if you take their ranked number 10 to 20, they will still be pretty good at the international level.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting, the development and the pathway for some of these nations. Maybe there are players behind Kuzimao, but with this guy on court, you don't need anybody.
And this is interesting because when I went to China, I saw a lot of female wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2, lots of them. But in terms of male, not so many. And the one I saw were not as good as, potentially they could perform at the international level, but not in the finals. But yeah, but you're right. I had the opportunity to, in my new position, to meet the president of China Badminton, and when it comes to the numbers, it's just unbelievable. Do you know how many people are playing consistently in China?
Para badminton?
No, badminton.
a lot.
Yeah. So there's been in the para badminton community, you know, shuttlecocks are made of feather. We are playing with feather shuttlecock, no plastic shuttlecock at the international level. And the price of this shuttlecock have increased a lot in the past like 2 or 3 years. It's like tripled.
It's becoming a problem here.
Yeah, and it all came from the fact that in China, less and less people are eating ducks and goose. They are eating more pig.
Oh,
So there's less leaves from goose and ducks in China
so
available
there's
for the
less
manufacturer.
geese being produced for
Yes.
food, and therefore the feathers can be used for shuttles.
Exactly. So the Badminton Federation of China has written to his members saying, please focus on eating more goose and ducks. And I thought it was a joke. It's not. And they send the message to their 250 million players. 250 million players. So you
250 million
so
badminton players in
so
China.
when we are talking about why China is so powerful on the world stage, now you know why. Because potentially you take all Europe and everyone is playing badminton. If you want to compare it.
Oh my god, that's incredible. I did hear that in China there were more disabled athletes, so like top-level athletes across sports, but more disabled athletes than there are disabled people in the UK.
Oh, that's probably yeah, probably.
And if you think about that for a moment, that's insane.
Yeah, you know it's very funny what you're saying
And
because
a lot of them will be playing badminton. It's their top 2 sports, badminton and
with
table
table
tennis.
tennis. Yeah. But when China is starting to focus on something, let's take the opportunity to go to the Beijing Winter Paralympic in 2022 for the International Paralympic Committee.
Yeah.
It was, of course, for China, the home winter, and they had new para athletes in every single event, where 5 years before they had none.
Yeah.
And still they performed. But because we have so many para athletes, thousands and thousands, they are training them, focusing on them professionally speaking, and then they are performing. And I had yesterday I was in a meeting to qualify the French athlete for Milano Cortina, and the whole question was, okay, should we accept the slot for athletes in this or that category, but how many Chinese are going to be there?
Okay.
Because in some categories it's worth qualifying the people if you are flooded by Chinese athletes,
Right.
because their level is so good. So I think we can be inspired by also their system and the way they have been creating this Paralympic center dedicated to high performance,
Yeah.
which is a lot of countries spread around our countries.
No, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, and I noticed that my first trip to China wasn't holiday or work. It was the Para Badminton International in 2015. We played in the Beijing Paralympic Center. It's a huge venue. There's lots of different, massive buildings, weren't they? And we'd never seen the Chinese badminton athletes before then. And I thought, okay, it's badminton in China. They're going to be they're going to be good, but where are they? So I went out there, played mixed doubles with Hella Sophie Segaway from Norway. We came up against Chung Hee-feng and her partner in the mixed doubles.
Oops.
Yeah. And I thought, okay, these guys look okay. Watching them knock up. First point, I jumped up, forehand corner, fairly short-lived, hit a smash down the line. I thought, that felt good. And before I knew it, Chung stepped into the smash and cross-drove the defence, the female of the opposition in the mixed doubles, and beat us with a cross-drive winner. And I thought, oh,
Oops.
okay, these guys are pretty good. And not only we were beaten comfortably in the mixed doubles in that match, I played in the singles as well. That was okay, but by the end of the day, 2 matches, I was tired. Chung Hee-feng played women's doubles and singles, won both, won the mixed, and at the end of the day, she went to the other hall to train for 2 more hours, full intensity training. And I thought, Okay, so China have been hiding some serious athletes, some serious para-badminton players, and now we see them taking
Yeah,
all these gold medals.
They were professional at the time. We were not professional.
They were professional before we'd even heard of Chinese para-badminton players at all, and like you say, before we even took the steps to start training properly.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So yeah, you see, Nishimura was doing well at the beginning of the set, and Ku, power, precision, creativity.
He's even got enough time to sort of reset his hairstyle in between points. He's so relaxed.
Yeah. Some may say he's such a diva, but no, he's not. He's not. He's an humble guy, and he's made a lot of effort to speak English now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he of course is like a lot of Chinese people. They don't want to express too much. If you ask, he will answer because he's well bred. But yeah, he's one of the few of the team to have made this effort to really learn English, and he's I think fluent now.
It's amazing.
Yeah, look, he pushes. He pushes. Ku is pushing Nishimura in the back of the court until Nishimura. You can see that Nishimura's muscles are like struggling with lactic acid, and then bang,
Get
drop
quickly.
shot.
Yeah, can't get into defense position quick enough.
Yeah.
It's gone along the serve.
Yeah, and the precision when you got all that lactic in your arms, it's.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the tension in the mind, because we're getting near the end of the game. There's a bit of pressure there. Trying to make every point count. You squeeze a bit too hard.
The hard feeling I always had when you're playing Ku or when you're playing like opponent which are like Choi, which are like really high in the ranking, is that regardless of the hours you spend with your videoing and with your coach and mentoring your tactics, and after 10 points you feel like, okay, what am I supposed to do now?
And I've got no strength left.
Yes.
Yeah. Gain
'Cause
point here for Fujima.
Because I can tell you when the Nishimura will, apparently it's not going to end well for him on that line, unfortunately, but when he will come back to the behind the court and change his wheelchair to his regular wheelchair, he will probably need some help because his arm are going to burn really hard.
21-9, the opening game. Something of a formality on the scoreboard. It was a bit more difficult than I think the score suggests.
Yeah.
Shimura was certainly in many of the rallies, but the quality of the class of Fujima, this man here, shining through, already has a World Championship gold medal in the men's doubles. He's also heavy favourite in the mixed doubles, the last matchup as well, with Liu Yutong. I mean, what a combination. Fujima
Yes.
and Liu Yutong.
Yes.
If they've got to be getting into their 40s, maybe 50 years old before they start losing in my book. Who beats them?
I don't
I
think.
mean, you can have a male wheelchair 2 with a female wheelchair 1, right? So
Yeah.
that might provide a bit of a challenge.
Yes, they again they are playing since they are 14 years old, right?
At a high level since
At
14.
a high
I
level.
don't know when they started.
And they are probably trained in mixed double as well. So there's very likely a chance that a country will have 2 wheelchair athletes of that quality being able to play in a mixed double. It's to me it's. We were talking the other day with a lot of former athletes saying, okay, how many gold are they going to get to the Paralympics? These two, because their age, there's barely no age limit in wheelchair para sport, let's say.
Yeah.
And in para badminton,
Well, Van Schneider, 61.
Van Schneider, 61, and not 61 sitting in a armchair. Yeah, he was moving a lot. He has a perfect body for his age, I mean, I was really amazed by his strength and his fitness at the Paralympic game. So I think it's another example of outstanding preparation. But someone like Ku started, he was 14, he's now 24, 2 goals. He's going to go, if we're on the program, he's going to go to LA, he's going to go to Brisbane if we're on the program.
Could be another 5
and
or
then
6 games, couldn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah. And probably 6 game at the top of his heart. So, really interesting to see some people coming and competing.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, probably India will come, because I've had the opportunity to play against a 15 years old from India who qualified last year classified last year in Czech Republic,
Okay.
wheelchair 2, who came and won the tournament. And in India the numbers are there, and
Huge
and
numbers.
it's a country of badminton.
Oh,
So
we had our nationals lately. The UK, not nationals, not England. It was actually the UK Championships. So Ireland, Scotland, Wales as well can all come and compete. We had a record number, which was wonderful, but we're talking 60 to 70 players. Not all of them international classified yet, but most were. So that was good for us. In India, you probably know because you're the
it's a four figures. It's over
I think
1,000
there was
something.
over 1,000 entries. There were
Yeah.
800 turned up on the weekend to play. They had to. We did it in a weekend easy. They take all week to compete. SL3 the previous year, 400 or 500 entrants in men's singles. It's just, I mean, yes, they've got a massive population, but they've also. This is gonna. I've got to be careful how I phrase this, but their healthcare system is not the same as it is in the UK.
Of course not.
Okay, everyone can understand what I'm talking about in that respect. What that does do is provide a huge springboard for numbers of para-athletes later when they grow up, because a number of the disabilities we see in the standing classes in particular here from India, those kind of disabilities simply don't really exist in the UK. They are things that are spotted at birth or in a very young age. They are corrected. Growth hormones or restructuring, and
Or
you know, a lot of
polio. Or
polio.
Yeah.
Yeah, things we don't really see anymore.
yeah, but that's something that is on the table from the classifier's perspective. As people may know, before you compete in a para sport, you have to go through a panel of classifier made of physiotherapists and medical experts, and they, based on your disability and all their expertise of that disability, they classify you. And I remember at the beginning of my career, we had a lot of classifier from Europe, and when it was the time to classify the athlete from India or from other Asian countries that had polio, they were struggling to classify them, because of course in Europe polio disappeared like 40 or 50 years ago.
Right.
Well, we have rarely some cases. So they are, in fact, yes, unfortunately, some of the other countries' medical system is not as efficient as in Europe or in foreign countries, and provide a lot of potential athletes.
Yeah, that's right, and it's not just the birth defects either. It's partly, in some cases, culture, and also, like you say, the standard of the healthcare system as well. I think about somebody I competed with a lot in singles when I was trying to play singles, Sukant Kadam, who's a good player in SL4 from India. He was playing cricket after school one evening. You know this story?
No.
He was a young boy, maybe 13 years old. His parents said, hey, you're supposed to be at home doing your homework. But instead, his friends were playing cricket. So he went after school to go and play cricket with his friends. He came in to bowl, and he landed awkwardly and really hurt his knee.
Yeah.
Okay, just a bad landing. Because he couldn't tell his father that he'd hurt his knee, because he's not supposed to be out tonight playing cricket, he's supposed to be doing his homework. So he kept it from his family. He's just tried to hide the injury. But of course, the health out there might have been some broken tissue, some skin, some infection. He couldn't admit for 2 weeks that he hurt his knee. It got infected. By the time he was seen in the hospitals, he had gangrene. They had to rip out the knee and fix it in place. So now he's got a knee that it can't move. It just, you know, it's a replacement. That kind of thing wouldn't necessarily happen in France or in the UK.
Yeah, yeah.
Culture maybe is the same in some family situations or in some societies, but you wouldn't wait 2 weeks and have gangrene. That would be very unusual.
Yes.
You'd be straight in with the, in our case in England, the NHS, National Health Service, for free. That you get seen, it would get identified, it would get fixed. In his case, he's now has a fused knee that he has to, can't bend his leg at all.
Yeah.
He's playing this sport, you know, he's loving life now, but very interesting situation I found.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's funny, but funny enough, he's a para badminton champion.
Yeah,
and he's probably enjoying a life of as a champion, because the impact of the para sport in India and on this player is amazing. I mean, if you take the example of Pramod Bhagat, the first gold in Lagar in the SHC category, which are the first gold medal in para badminton for India when they came after Tokyo.
yeah,
they were celebrated, and they had a lot of attention.
and heavily funded.
And heavily funded, much more than in Europe.
Oh, I mean, the prize money, not from the tournament itself, but Pramod Bhagat's endorsement, sponsorships, the Indian government funding after that gold medal.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the exact figures, but it's something like $1 million US.
Yes, that's what people are saying, and I think in total that's roughly the reality.
Yeah.
Which tells you how important it is, and the success that you can achieve for both your family and your kids when you have being a champion in a para sport,
Yeah,
such as badminton.
Indonesia, Malaysia is the same. I remember talking for Chialek, who's a good friend of mine as well. We talk a lot over the years. Go out for a drink and a chat. He meets me in Malaysia when I'm travelling there to commentate. I'm going back all the way, more than 10 years. His government sports authorities were paying him the equivalent of 20,000 US for every gold he was winning, World Championships or a major event. And that was years ago. Now it's Paralympic status, Paralympic medals. That's massive. Liani Oktila Ratri from Indonesia, 2 golds and a silver in SL4. I think it was 300,000 for each gold medal,
Yeah.
and maybe half that for the silver.
Yeah.
That's life-changing money for an Indonesian.
Of course.
Life-changing money for anybody, but
Yeah.
but when life is so affordable out there, amazing.
And Ku is doing well, but yeah, I of course I am not allowed to bet, but I had a bet early on, and I totally mistaken. It's totally the other way
Oh,
around.
you thought he was going to win the second comfortably.
Yeah.
Well, the change, I think, again, and it might not seem like much on camera. It's hard to know the difference, but when you're a player and you feel that difference, and you can see it with the length of these shots. Nishimura's playing now with the drift behind him. And that can only help, I think, in the wheelchair 1 class, like you said earlier. So let's see how many times Nishimura's wheels get into the back tram lines. How easy it is for Hujimao to find that back line, that length. Because it takes a lot of hard work, even for somebody of his high quality. See, look, Nishimura's wheels turning before the back tram lines. You see Kujimao right on the back line.
Yeah,
I think that's the drift. I think Nishimura is being helped with the drift here.
Ooh,
A lovely shot.
that's a lovely shot. You can only do that if you are really stable in your wheelchair and that you hit the shuttle as high as possible to create the angle, which is really difficult in wheelchair 1, because wheelchair 1 we don't have a good balance. We are often in the back of our wheelchair, and we basically hitting the shuttle while falling apart.
Yes, that's right. Losing balance, losing everything, and
you
also
could
and you need the racket skills too of Kujimao.
Yeah, and you could see that Ku was going backward. His hand was in the air with his racket, not moving, waiting the shuttle to come, and reverse slice.
Lovely shot, eliminates. At the break, it's slightly harder, I think, this end for Shujimao, but can't see him losing this in 2 games. He's got another match to play in the mix later. He's not going to take his eye off the focus of winning in 2 games, straight games. He doesn't want to go to 3.
But I'm wondering, you know, when it comes to, imagine that his final was the men's double. He will be happy because you know, in the men's double, players are playing to his partner, never to on court.
Which is amazing considering he's the wheelchair 1 and his partner's the wheelchair 2.
But all the shuttle are going on the other partner, and sometimes you feel like who could be, you know, on the side of the court, and waiting for the game to go. But in the mixed double, it's a nightmare for the partners because you got or a legend on your left or the other legend on your right, and probably you just want to your shuttle to go over the net and then see what happens.
I think if the Indian pair in that final later on today, Prem Kumar Ale and Alfia James, I think if you offered them now 8, maybe 10 points in each game, they take it.
It will depend on what the coach of Ku and Liu Tong saying. If they want to set a record saying we are the boss, look at what we can do. See you in 1 year at the race to LA, they would probably have less than 8 points. But if they are like, I've played Kuzimo and Mai in men's double.
And they just have some fun.
Not so. I don't know if it was fun or respect. But it was best not to have the game just before lunch, because when it's lunchtime, they just like watch their watch and say, "Oh, sorry, but we have to end the game."
Finish
bang,
early.
bang, bang, and then you were seeing no shuttle.
So play them after lunch when they're happy and full.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, but also it's the last final of the day. You know, it's a long way. Well, not too far, but it's a long way back to China. They might not be traveling. They can relax. They might just enjoy that last final because we all know they're going to win this title.
I think this is very specific to this World Championship, where it's the first time that the wheelchair finals are a day before the standing finals. So you're right. It makes sense that they can hang out in the hotel tonight, easy, and enjoy tomorrow because it's a day off, and they have to wait for the team to finish to go back to China. So, but look like he's in like full throttle. Yeah, he's taking his time, huh?
Yeah, I noticed that in the men's doubles earlier as well. He does like to take his time. In terms of mentality, there are a few players here that look like professional badminton players. I mean, they are professional here, but you know what I mean, on the World Tour, the able-bodied that we're all used to watching, the way they collect the shuttle, walk off the court, they almost automatically go and drink and towel down without even asking. It's like a, you know, I'm the boss.
I'm owning the court.
In fact, although Maud Lefort from France this morning lost in that semi-final, she's young, but she knows what she's doing. She looks like a, hey.
Yes, Maud is only 19.
Right.
Actually, I think it's
maybe just 20.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And but I remember seeing her on the first time she came on a tournament. She was really young and unexperienced, and also it's
getting a few little injuries too, didn't she, in the early days?
Yes, because in fact she's playing for a long time. In France. And you know, for these young athletes to come in national team in para badminton, it's always a bit tricky because you would have for most of the time it's the first time they are meeting wheelchair athlete, short stature athlete, amputee. So there's all sort of different. There's a group of para badminton athletes from all different disability and from all different age. So when you are a young athlete, you come in a group where you have people of 40, 50 years old who are themselves parents. It's quite tricky, actually.
It is quite tricky, actually. Yeah. There were matches I used to play in when you weren't really sure how to handle it. When you are, I mean, Daniel and I were training pretty much full time when we were at our peak, and we'd play some tournaments where, especially in the early stages, we were much stronger than our opponents. what do you do? You know, do you set yourself a challenge? Okay, I'm going to serve, and I'm going to see if we can serve all the way through 21 love, or do we just keep lifting and let these guys enjoy the match?
Yeah.
Or you know, it's a shame that we still have to talk about that, but it is a factor in para badminton, especially in the early group stages of matches.
Yeah, we are still a young sport.
Mm-hmm.
We need more country to get involved. We need more athletes to play with. Oh, that was a long
Great shot, serve out wide, gets the lift he wanted. You can see that was something he worked on in training. He knew the lift was coming this four corner. He was already moving that way. It's that lovely drop shot winner. But
You can see he changes momentum twice at 11. Okay, now I'm going full throttle. Bang, bang.
Yeah. Wants to get this. He's had enough of this match now. He wants to finish it off, and it's amazing, really, to think we're looking at a gold medal being at stake here. What do you do if you're Nishimura?
Yeah. I will think I'm proud of me being in the final.
Yeah.
And that for now there's nothing you can do against Cosimo. But the more video you have, the more experience you get on him, the more your look at that. The more your coach will help you to find gaps. And but for today there's no gaps.
No, and there's a lot to be said for finding extra percentages here and there. If you can think about nutrition, think about sleep, recovery, more work in the gym, a bit more physio, and let's say 1-2% increase in your overall game from all of those things, suddenly you've got a 10% increase when you become that professional, or even more.
So I hope the viewers have the opportunity to hear when Cosimo is hitting the shuttle, because from where we are at the top of the venue. We're far from the court, but we can hear.
We don't have the court sounds, do we, in our
bang,
headphones?
Bang.
But it's a big crack, isn't it, of that when he hits that stick smash or that punch clear.
To the ones who know badminton, when you enter a venue, you hear the noise of the shuttle.
You know who's a good player, don't you?
You know who's a good player or not.
Yeah. Match point, championship point for a gold medal. A second gold medal of the day, looking likely for Fujimao. Oh, what was that? Double action with the racket. Showboating now, the Chinese. Nishimura lengthen this match just a little longer. There's that big crack of the wrist. It's gone wide. World champion once again, Fujimao in the wheelchair won men's singles to add to his men's doubles gold from earlier on, and he's looking likely to take the mixed doubles gold later today as well. Richard, just a phenomenon.
Yeah, good. Nishimura has done his best, but obviously today, no chance. Good warm-up for Ku, but yeah, he's far still the best today, and but I'm really looking forward to have a strong opponent to Ku.
Yeah, well, let's hope that somebody can unearth one. Maybe it's going to come from China. Who knows? Who knows? Well, we've got two more finals here in the wheelchair hall coming up in a few moments. The first, men's singles wheelchair 2, possibly the best performer in wheelchair 2 men's singles the world's ever seen in Daiki Kajiwara. Richard, are you managed to stay for that one, or?
Yeah, no problem.
You're a star. What a legend. Richard Perrault with me as well. I'm Bobby Griffin. So short break for us, but we'll be back in a few moments.
Double play.
Well, a warm welcome back to followers of the BWF Badminton World Championships here this week in Bahrain. The challenges continue, Richard, because Japan's Daiki Kajiwara is a true legend of wheelchair 2 these days, isn't he? We've got Richard Perrault with me here in the commentary box and enjoying some of the action this afternoon. What does Yu Soo-young have to do here in this men's singles final?
Play his game, because whatever he does, Kaji will be under the shuttle. Kajiwara is known for moving a lot in his wheelchair. His ability to be under the shuttle is really well known. So yeah, play your game. I think break the rhythm. You know, these long rallies going back and back and back. The history proves that Kajiwara can handle long rallies. So you have to be creative. If you start to be in his rhythm, not gonna win.
You saw there. I mean, I was amazed at that punch clear. It might not look that tremendous when we look at all the different types of winning shots you can play on a badminton court, but given the challenge of playing into the drift, Kajiwara here, to find the length with that perfect precision, that's truly impressive.
Yeah, so the main difference with the previous final that we've seen in wheelchair 1 is obviously the movement, but also the tempo of the rallies. Wheelchair 2 are much higher on their wheelchair, and they are hitting the wheelchair at the bigger height, which create a lot of more angles. So they putting your strategy into defense is not a good option in wheelchair 2. And obviously you see that they are moving a lot, and it's a bit like of a dance, right?
It is a bit of a dance, actually, the way because they're so free The movement is so good in wheelchair 2. At this level, it does just look like it's flowing.
Yeah, and I can tell you it's not that as easy as it looks.
Oh, of course not. I've tried to play in a wheelchair. That initial push-off, the bit that's always fascinates me, you think about a standing player or an able-bodied player, there's a split. Both feet are landing almost at the same time, and you're waiting for your opponent to hit the shuttle, and then it's like a hit split. It's that quick. It's you know, and then move, and your feet are in position of where you want to move next. In the wheelchair, you just have this little bit of movement before they hit, so you've got some momentum in the wheels to either carry on or to turn back. You try and move from a static position after the hit. You've lost it. You're behind the shuttle. You're not under the shuttle, as you've said a few times with Daiki. And it's that timing. Ever since he started a few years ago,
He already had it, has it on his
natural.
first tournament. It's sad for a player like I used to be, but I was training constantly to get that tempo, like push, break, leave your left your arm, hit the shuttle, then break, back again, and sometimes you're on a tournament, you got a young lad coming, he's classified, and then you instantly know that he's got it.
Yeah. Oh, there's a question here because I think Daiki thought he kept the smash in court, but he might have just missed the back line.
Yeah.
From a very comfortable winning position by his standards. That was not a difficult point for Kajiwara, but we should also point out Daiki Kajiwara, double Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo and in Paris at the Games. He's twice men's singles world champion in Tokyo in 22 and also last time 2 years ago in Pattaya in Thailand. He's another player. We've talked about Liu Yutong from China and Xu Zhimao from China in the wheelchair 1 categories, but in wheelchair 2, especially now Daniel Chan is retired, Kim JJ is getting a bit older. He's not in these finals so often as we used to see. Who else is coming through that's going to challenge Daiki Kajiwara over the next two cycles, maybe 8 years?
Yeah, I think I don't really know the age of you, but I mean, it's if he's in his mid-20s, he will be there for 2 Paralympic sessions. So they will probably the same age. So I think he has been a lot improving since his debut. But like Kajiwara, you could see that he got it. The way he managed his rackets and he moves his wheelchair. So we call it morphotype in French, which is the way they move, the way they play. You see similarities. It's obvious.
Yes.
And they are not as powerful as Q. They are a lot more using their lower body, because as you can see they are amputee, so they have the ability to push on their feet while hitting, or to pull on their feet, because the as you can see, one of the rules in wheelchair badminton is you need to strap your foot, your feet
onto the foot plate. Yes.
Yeah. So this is helping you when you're leaning backward.
Yeah.
You pull on your leg and then you're going back. So that's
you lift your foot against the strap to
exactly.
as a brake for your body.
So I like Daniel Chan from Hong Kong, which is a similar impairment.
Yeah.
In fact, you are sitting in a wheelchair, but your lower body you're using it a lot.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. And you think back over the years since I started playing, that rivalry that became so famous between Kim Jong-un of Korea, JJ.
Yeah.
Double amputee, very high up, almost zero legs at all, right?
Yes.
He was very powerful in the upper body.
Yes.
And of course, without any lower limbs at all, he's very light in the wheelchair. So he was rapid. He was the fastest mover I'd ever seen. I thought, this guy can never lose.
Yeah.
But now he's getting. He must be into his 50s. I don't know how
long. He's 50 this year.
Well, he lost yesterday to Yu Su-young in the semi-final, 10 and 15. That's the level we're looking at now, because JJ is an actual BWF legend. He's on the wall
Yeah.
in their headquarters in Malaysia. Danny Chan's gone, and yet Daiki Kajiwara wins his semi-final against a Chinese player who are dominating wheelchair. 21-5, 21-5 yesterday.
Oops.
It's
But
so impressive.
that tells you the level of fitness you need in wheelchair 2, is that the athletes are retiring long before wheelchair 1, for now.
For now.
For now. Because we are not talking about the injury that you're having when you're 15, 20, 25, because of course being in a wheelchair is most of the time from an accident that you have during your life, so you're switching sport. So the sport you would have practiced being able would be different than the one that you're practicing in wheelchair, so the injuries are different.
Yes.
So your career is longer. Whereas if you're playing badminton in wheelchair since you are 15, you get injured at 15, 20, 25, always the same injury is the shoulder. So if you have, like me, had the surgery in both shoulders, and you're very friendly with the surgeon, and the surgeon said, my friend, you should think of doing something else.
That's
so these guys here are really fit, because it's you need to have a really good heart and wheelchair too, because rallies can go long.
absolutely.
But these two guys, they are changing the game while creating these angles and moving so fast that it's different from viewers to see, but the nets are the same height as in able badminton.
Yes.
You have the same, was 1.55 m. And when you're sitting in your wheelchair and you hit the shuttle, you're approximately at that height as well. So
it's hard to get the angle of the smash, which is why you don't see so many smashes.
Yes. And well, when you have some smash, they are...
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about, that variation.
Yeah.
Big support for the Korean player.
Yeah, the Korean team is there because that's a big deal for you to be in final with Kajiwara, because you is Kajiwara telling to you, I can do it also.
Well, we know that. He's played some tremendous winning shots in his, well, still young career. 24 years of age, just a couple of months ago, Kajiwara. Actually, just realised Yu Sung is 1 year younger than Kajiwara.
Yeah.
So yeah, a long way to go. Silver medalist in Paris at the Games. Silver. Repeats this one. Last time out, the World Championship final.
Look, like 2 or 3 shot in the back, trying to put your opponent to stick in the back, and then a drop shot. Oh,
That's lovely. Everyone expected the pace and power,
yeah.
except what Kajiwara had in mind.
But that's just because of his ability to, or their ability in wheelchair to hit the shuttle really high.
It's that speed of recovery from Kajiwara that always impresses me. Whether it's playing at the service line and getting back, or playing an overhead, hands back on the wheels, moving into court, just effortless. Look at him, he just...
You see, it's always the case in wheelchair 2, is you hit the shuttle in the back, you break and you go forward one time. to get momentum in the wheelchair, and then you wait until the opponent hit a strike.
Great length again. No problems finding a good length.
It looks like they have more time to hit the shuttle.
Yes,
Sometimes
they're almost waiting under it.
Yes.
Because they're so fast.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Plenty of wheelchair athletes now that have obviously finished in the arena, on the arena floor, watching this from the sidelines, including the entire Chinese team down to our right. I actually think still Liu Yutong is the best mover in the world in a wheelchair. Better than Daiki even.
Yes.
In terms of, yes, you might not have the strength and power, but the flow, the movement.
Yes.
You watch here, Daiki grabs the wheels, there's a slight pause. Very slight, we're talking milliseconds, before he's then back down into that ducked position to move forward. Liu Yutong just seems to make it flow without any pause at all.
When you see her, it's effortless. And when you are in a wheelchair on the court, you can see even Daiki, when he breaks, you see that he's putting power on his hand to break and then move forward again. And Liu Yutong, she just break like she has no weight on her wheelchair, and then...
Well, she's very slender. She's a lot more of a slightly built athlete, of course, than these top male players who are going to be bigger and heavier.
But our weight ratio is probably really low.
Yeah.
And like for the one who know, JJ from Korea is a double amputee. So if you consider that the leg is about 10 to 10 kilos, and you have two legs or no legs, I mean, imagine you are cycling on your weekend trip and you put 20 kilos on the back of your bike.
You feel it.
You feel it.
Yeah.
So wheelchair is the same, but you're not pushing with your arms, with your legs.
And changing direction.
Yeah, yeah. And the number of what you produce with a leg and with a arm is not the same.
No, that's right. Those hand bikes are hard work. Obviously, training with Martin Rook from England for a few years, and seeing him on a daily basis having to use the hand bike. If you give it a go, you realise how much hard work it is to cycle with your arms and hands instead of your legs.
Yes, I can tell I've been really wise to have a electric assistant back. Well, I live in the Alps, which makes sense to have an electric assistant. But
that might be a fun test. Electric assistance wheelchairs. Can it work? Is it possible?
Yeah, but then we'll be out of the most of our time. We will be out of court or stuck in the net.
Right. You can't stop.
No, actually, the regulation says that you cannot have any active assistance in your wheelchair.
Of course.
In fact, I can tell you that most of the wheelchair 1 category are using a kind of assistive device, but not to move. Is, you know, the backrest. We are in wheelchair 1, we have a long backrest and we don't have a lot of balance.
Right.
So when we receive our wheelchair, we used to unstrap the backrest of the wheelchair and change the strap by inner tubes.
Okay. Yeah, like rubber bands.
Rubber bands, and then we cover up with our backrest again, and it helps you when you are hitting the shuttle in the back to
springs you back forward.
Yes, to springs you back forward, and this is allowed, no problem.
Yeah, of course, it makes sense.
Yeah. So when we have a flat tire, we keep our hand motorized for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Another good tip for any young aspiring wheelchair athletes. course, in wheelchair too. I mean, you look at Daiki's chair in particular. Basically, no backrest, is there?
Oh,
He can almost lay horizontal backwards if he wants to.
Barely zero. But another tip.
There we go. He's just straight back.
Yeah, another tip is when you are a new player, you tend to order your wheelchair with a high backrest. And the more trained and skillful you are, you just cut the edge of your backrest, and month by month your backrest is
reduce it by
because it's a fine balance between having a balance, so having a backrest to lean on, and having no backrest, so you can lean back.
But you need the core strength training.
Yes, but if you do that as soon as you have a wheelchair and you have no training, that's no good.
You'll fall over.
You
can't recover.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you are training on a regular basis, you are strengthening your body to allow that.
Well, this is turning out to be a bit of a surprise here. A challenge from Yu Su Young, who is playing with, if there is a drift in here, it's with Yu Su Young, who's got an added advantage of being able to find the rear court when he's in a pressured position. He's got the wind with him, but 19-17, didn't expect Daiki to have this much pressure.
Oh, that was super nice. Perfect length. Ooh. Yeah, Yu is definitely using the drift. It's probably super intense. You want to put your tactics in place. You don't want to put the shuttle out of the court. Keep in the court. Keep in the court.
For the variation, pressure in the mid-court. Like you said, Yu is mixing things up here to challenge Daiki. It's an incredible head-to-head record that I haven't yet mentioned. 26th meeting this is between them. 21-4 is the head-to-head, but a few of those were in doubles. In terms of singles, 18 love.
Whoa.
Daiki Kajiwara.
Oh, my word.
Well, the longest rallies we've seen, he's gone wide. Just tightening up under the pressure, the mental pressure, the physical stress.
Have you seen the ability of Kajiwara to come in front to get the drop shot and then go at the absolute other side of the court?
Their last meeting, last year at the China International, that was the final, 21-11, 21-5. Oh, Kajiwara. So already, we know Yu Sung is in a different league than he was that day. Is it enough, though, to really pressure double Olympic champion? Oh, took a risk there, Kajiwara. Went a bit too far cross with the smash. Opened up the court, the block was on. Controlled nicely by Yu Su Young. Game point for the Korean.
Patience. Yu is going to be patient enough because
he's playing quite passive in this rally.
Oh my God.
He's made the error again. That's two comfortable
So two options
mistakes
here. Or Yu is already knackered because he's done he was really far from the line, and the previous one was really far from the line. So
well, he might be tired. I mean, he was in that men's doubles final earlier as well, and whilst it was straight games, it was close, it was tough. They really tested Ma Zhengpang and Xu Jimo. So he's going to be more tired than Kajiwara. He also had a tougher semi-final yesterday in the singles. Another game point.
Now you have to breathe, you have to,
Controlling your breathing and your heart's pounding and the mental stress of being at game point. It's something you really have to master. Graphics operator was getting excited. Looks like we're into game 2, but we're not. We're still in game 1.
Yeah.
21-20 is the correct score. Oh, off the net cord. I think it's going to land in. Kajiwara can afford to take no chances there. Has to play it safe.
Oh my God.
Saved. Yu Su-young taking more of the risks, going for the corners.
Is really stable at the front of the court. And you see the body language, his front balance is better than the Kajiwara.
He looks very calm, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very casual. Daiki, you're right, is having to work physically a bit harder, isn't he?
Distributing.
And again, the drift, I think, helps.
Yu
Su-young doesn't have to put maximum effort into the clear.
Oh, God, the same.
Wide. Too much of a risk. Gambling.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying at the beginning. He had to make choices. He cannot afford to go for really long rallies because Kajiwara playing JJ for hour and a half off. So it's not gonna end anywhere. So he has to create something.
Yeah, take the initiative.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. But it's, to me, it's a bit lack of patience.
Yeah, because he's in balance. That shot was on.
Yeah.
He wasn't really outstretched.
Yeah.
He shouldn't make that mistake. That's landed well in court, and he's taken the opening game. Daiki Kajiwara, 23-21 in the end, but it could have gone either way. That's going to be a tough admission, I think, for Yu Su-young, having lost that from a really good chance.
A nice thing to note is the way the Asian player in wheelchair are serving is totally different from the rest of the world.
Okay, interesting.
They most of the European athletes, they try to have some kind of corner or ace, we would say in tennis. Whereas the Asians, they just like throw the shuttle in the court and then let's start play. We are trying to
find a drive serve down to the tee or something.
And it's something that I've noted, that the Asian athlete, they are really confident to their game, so let's play anyway. We tend in Europe or in Panama or in Africa to create unbalance on straight from the serve, and it turns out that I think if we had the stat on that we are making more mistakes on the serve because we are trying too hard. Yeah, too hard. And I think and you see Kajiwara or you, it's just like taking the shuttle and boom,
Push it into the middle.
Yeah.
Let's go.
no risk, zero risk. We take risk while we play. We don't
Right.
take risk on the serve.
Okay.
And there's most likely, if I play a European wheelchair 1, I will struggle to return his serve, but in wheelchair 2, it will be very easy. Punk, punk, punk.
Yeah.
It's on me, so yeah, it's something strange. But I think it comes from they are so trained and they are so used to rallies.
Maybe they've tried and tested all of those things and they've realised
No, let's win in a rally.
my opponent's too good, so
Yeah.
he'll still get it back.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. And you will see, very easy, and always the same kind of serve, like very easy. Punk. Look, punk.
Yeah.
In the middle,
Yeah.
no problem. You've seen Aidaiki has checked the length of the return of you, because he's on the other side, obviously, and he wants to know if he's in the back or not.
I think maybe it's another idea as well. If, let's say, Daiki is sat with the serve, the shuttle in hand,
Yeah.
if he tries to find a corner,
And
the
he
player-
create angles
he
for the
creates,
other.
exactly,
Yeah.
and maybe he's then under pressure
Yeah, yeah.
if your opponent gets
Yeah,
it back with
probably,
quality.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Maybe.
Another tip for our viewers who wants to start with wheelchair para badminton is when you are starting on a game on a new venue, what we are used to do is to go on the back of the court in between the two lines on the back, and you just watch at the roof on your of the venue,
Yeah.
so you can manage when you're playing where is just shuttle is gonna land,
Okay.
because you know where's the end of your court
Yes.
while watching the roof.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you have-
Get used to the feeling of
Yes,
it's coming down
because
to land
you have
here.
no time to watch where the line is and where you are compared to the line, but because you're watching the shuttle to the roof, it's easier to get your mark to the roof, so
Yeah.
don't forget to do that.
I used to do the same thing on a standing court too, actually. Yeah. In the warm-up, in particular, in the 2 minutes, I'll be standing in the corner, just getting a view up, because
Yeah.
that's where I'm going to be looking
Yes,
when
of
I'm
course.
striking the shuttle, to know if it's going in or out.
And that's where you realize that the lights of the venue are not made for badminton. Yeah, I'm not sure Daiki has more length now. Let's see his reaction.
Quite often, actually, especially if you look at able-bodied badminton, in particularly the singles events, when they're playing with the drift, so it's coming behind you, it's it's pushing the shuttle into your opponent's court. It's actually more difficult because you've got to take power off, which is more difficult than just hitting it a bit harder.
So in the standing, yes, because you're easily clearing the shuttle,
Yeah.
because you're striking really high,
Higher up.
and in the wheelchair, especially in wheelchair 1, to clear a shuttle to the back of the court is really difficult. Have you ever tried to hit a shuttle while sitting?
I've tried.
Yeah.
In a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yeah. To get a length is very difficult.
You're missing 1 meter, 1.5 meters.
Yeah, but I think the player of his level in wheelchair 2,
Yeah,
he's so natural with it, and
Yeah.
he is taking some power off to make
Yes.
sure he doesn't hit it out
Yes.
the back, and it's easy to take too much power off
yeah.
and come up short.
Oh,
Good shot.
but do you know that it's the first time ever that we are thinking with the technical official to have the wheelchair, both wheelchair and the standing athlete, to test the shuttle before the tournament start. Because usually what we do is we take a standing athlete, we test the shuttle to know about the strength and the speed of the shuttle. For our viewers, there are different speeds of shuttles
Yes.
based on the...
Oh, so the wheelchair players were having to play with the same speed as the standing guys?
We are for ages.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that's
why
changed now, has it?
That's why the wheelchair one are struggling and are always complaining that there are no length. Is because the speed of the shuttle is tested by
too slow. For
by
you.
SU5, SL4s, and obviously their strike are much longer. So we had a discussion with the technical officials here, and they are really into, okay, maybe we should not on every tournament, because that will mean that we multiply the number of type of shuttles.
I see.
But for the World Championship especially, we'll have wheelchair athletes who have their own speed of shuttles. And that will make sense, because
Complete sense.
in wheelchair one you can hard 80% of the athlete can hard as hard as we can hit the shuttle that will never go in the back of the court.
No.
So
No, and I guess it's the comparison for somebody listening that's able-bodied is to say, okay, you try and sit down and not use your core, because you don't maybe not have one at all. So it's all arm and shoulder.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you're allowed to move. And then from the back line, when the shuttle's behind you, try and get a length.
yeah.
And then say, okay,
And
now you'll agree.
And then oops.
Yeah.
I often, when I was looking for
Nice shot.
when I was training in France, sometimes I would ask my opponent in my local club to sit just to try, so we can, because we are thinking like, oh, are you weak or what? You know, there's no length in your strike. Say, well, there are length, but if I was standing, probably I would go all the way back. And
Yeah.
so I say, take a chair and hit the shuttle and see by yourself. And in fact, yes, after that, when you leave my life over para wheelchair athlete, then okay, respect.
Yeah, exactly.
So interesting enough, you is keeping the momentum. Ooh.
Consistency becomes a huge part of this too, doesn't it? Because already we've seen in the game, yes, Yu has taken some nice winners, but he's also made more mistakes. Daiki is keeping things very simple. He's barely missed the court, Daiki.
Yeah, if you see the wrist of you, it's like an elastic. It goes bang, bang.
Yeah, it's got that nice pronation too.
I suppose you was playing elbow badminton.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I don't know the history of Yu Su-young.
Oh, that was
Nice up the line. No drift left and right.
perfect.
Stayed arrow straight.
And now for you, as you see that Yu is asking to change the shuttle, because he was expecting the shuttle with the drift to go out of court.
Yes.
And so he asked. So the rule is that you have to ask the umpire and get your opponent approval before changing the shuttle. And of course, with a new shuttle, the newer the shuttle, the longer the strike. So
Yeah, the faster
yeah,
it will
the
travel.
faster. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a great shot.
That was a two. Oh my God.
That's one of the best shots we've seen today.
Yeah.
There's a lot of respect between these two, isn't there? Not just as people, but as players. You can see Daiki
Yes.
is playing with a bit more fear.
It's always amazed me the relation between the top athletes in para badminton, because there's a lot of consequences to a winner or a loser, or to perform or not on their life, and regardless that, they keep really good relation and respect, and yeah. Well, I mean, most of us, we are, well, us, as if I was still playing, but now the athletes, they are having like 10 to 15 tournaments a year, so it's just like always at least once a month together, so
Yeah, yeah.
they get to know each other. Huh?
They do, and like we said, they've met so many times.
Oops.
What I'm looking at, what I'm seeing here from Kajiwara isn't a dominating performance. It's more of a, he just respects his opponent's play so much that he's having to stay very conservative, consistent. He's not taking many risks to try and win points. He's just making sure he doesn't lose any points.
Yeah, but you know, it's a tactic that has been very successful in the past year in World Tour. Is you put your opponent in the back like 20 times, and then at some point he's going to make a mistake.
Right.
The difference with you is that he knows he's not going to go to 20. He's going to change something and to create a drop shot.
Because he can't beat Kajiwara just by clearing.
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes. Because Kajiwara has been playing Daniel Chan, has been playing JJ. They were like trucks. They, you know, they could go for their longest match was over 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So I mean, they have the physicality to handle that. And or you decide that you're going to be, you have more physicality, more strength, more momentum, more, or you know that's not your one. It's one of your weakness.
Right.
So you decide to create angle and try something.
Celebrations going down there, courtside.
Yeah. Korea is a cheerful team, even though it's difficult to communicate with them because a few are speaking English, but they're a cheerful team. And it's always a team that the standing will join the wheelchair at the end of the tournament.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen quite a few of the Korean standing athletes and other coaching staff in here this week watching their teammates. Very tightly contested second game, much like the first. I'm impressed with the level of Yu Soo-young this week. It's improving all the time. Yes. He could start challenging Kajiwara for big titles. I mean, this is one, and he's still got a very good chance here. Look at the scoreline; it's level in the second, just 2 points different in the first. But I think the next World Championships, some internationals, and the next games could be pretty hot between these two.
I think also one of the things that has changed recently is that if you're the coach of you have to video JJ, Daniel Chan, and Kajiwara, because potentially you got 3 opponents which are you can catch with.
Yeah.
Now there's only Kajiwara, so you have you can like spend hours and hours on video on Kajiwara just to like deep dive into his weaknesses and try something. And at that level, they will try one tactic for one tournament and see what happens. They are not changing over a game.
Right.
Because there's so many tournaments now. Let's try that for one tournament and see what happens.
And then next time.
And then next time, if too often, when you were playing at my level, you're trying something for the first 11 points, and then you were swapping stupidly. And say, okay, I'm going to change something. And at the end of the first set, all your tactics are on the table already, and then you have nothing left to do.
Well, it's 11-9 in the second. Mirroring the game score in the first, just 2 points difference. But Kajiwara is not getting everything his own way here for sure. There's plenty of rallies left in this match yet.
I see Kajiwara respect is really listening to the coaches, smiling to the coach, say yes, yes, I will follow what you're saying to me. That's a really, for the viewers who don't know Japan, it's really a Japanese behavior, but it's really, they're really nice. to
Yeah.
play with.
I like the way the females in particular will bow respectfully to all of the technical officials before the match starts,
And to
line
the
judges.
court. Yeah. That's something that was we were more used to do in the past for some reason.
I've seen them here this week doing the same thing actually.
Yeah,
But maybe in
so
the
that's
standing
good.
courts.
Yeah. But that's good because without these people in black on the lines, we couldn't play.
Well, we can. We wouldn't want to in the World Championships.
Oops, no.
But sometimes at other lower level internationals, the umpire is the only person calling the lines.
Yes.
And it makes it difficult, doesn't it? It gets some
Yes.
contentious
For the umpires,
disagreements.
Yeah. Especially that we have umpires who are volunteer and you got professional athletes whose decision can impact their life.
Yeah.
So it's I've the utmost respect for the umpires on the chair because they're spending a lot of their personal life on helping us to play a sport that we're passionate about. And but yeah, they are now. We are dealing with. I mean, Kajiwa and you are professional athlete, and you know, if you got a bad call, that can change something.
Absolutely.
Hopefully in Paris there was no major issue and everyone was really happy with the level of umpiring and line judging.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything negative at all.
Yeah, but in some country we're playing. Obviously, badminton is not very developed, so it's difficult sometimes to find a good technical official. But again, Bahrain has been doing a great job. They have been training 200 line judges for 2 years, and they picked for the World Championship the top 120. So although it's not let's say a historical badminton country, they've put a lot in having line judging performing for us. And that's a good legacy of the Para Championship, but now they will be able to organize more tournaments because they got the skillful technical official.
That's fantastic, and great to hear about the hosts. I mean, just the venues here itself, the entire venue, there's multiple halls. We're using at least 3 of them to practice wheelchair and standing. And this entire area is for sports people with disabilities.
So I've been told that the wheelchair area is the National Paralympic Committee headquarters and where we play. Actually, the standing hall is for the volleyball league, and the last one is for the table tennis.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I had the opportunity to meet the president of the National Paralympic Committee, and it's obvious that the structure they have is like outstanding for the region.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have a role as coordinator for England GB para badminton. When I started entering everybody here, players and staff, that was my role to do all the administration for the team. And you get an email from the NPC in Bahrain, and then you're invited to this portal online with all of this fantastic setup to make life easy. You realise, hey, okay, these guys know what they're doing.
Yeah,
it's impressive. 17-10. After that interval, Taiki has really gone into another gear, but he's taken that smash to the body.
That's a quick one. Excuse me. That's another.
Sorry, but I'm not really sorry.
Yeah.
Moment.
Yeah.
You have to be polite.
Yes. Always respectful, but also respectful that I'm the boss on the court.
Having to work hard. You can see how much effort Kajiwara is putting into this, even with that lead at 18-11. He's physically having to give everything, isn't he?
Yeah, you looks to be much more composed and okay.
was Choi from wheelchair 1 of Korea, sat between the Chinese athletes.
Indeed.
Watching this.
Oh,
It's good play from Ju. Oh, he's lost his racket, Kajiwara. No chance to recover.
good try, but yeah, no chance. It's too quick.
19.
Yeah, a lot of the Korean team down there now, if not all of them,
Yeah,
supporting.
they feel that something is going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Supporting Yu Soo-young.
Kejiwa is doing corner by corner, bank.
Well,
Whoa.
contentious line call. Instant reaction from the line judge that it was in, but I think Yu Soo-young had an argument there. Yeah, I think the umpire must have overruled that, giving the points to the Korean. He was there so early, wasn't he? Just
Yes,
caressed
exactly.
the shuttle into the space.
And the earlier, the higher you hit the shuttle, and the more angle you can put, and it's yeah.
Championship points. Another world gold medal at stake. There it is, it's gone long. Daiki Kajiwara once again, the Para Badminton World Champion in wheelchair 2 men's singles. Big smiles, great reaction. Delighted with that. So the Korean national team on their feet beside the court, cheering on both of their athletes, and in particular celebrating Yu Soo-young's performance here this week. He's had a great week to get to this final.
Yeah, but he's struggling more and more, which is good for the future, because we're gonna have very exciting games coming. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rivalry between these two players is only going to get more and more intense. It's getting closer and closer for sure. But this time, and once again, Daiki Kajiwara of Japan is the world champion. That smile is painted on his face now for the next couple of days, maybe.
He's gonna enjoy his stretching now.
Yes, he's done for the day for sure. We've got two players we've seen earlier on coming back onto court 2, TV court, in a short while. Xu Zhimao from China and Liu Tong, his mixed doubles partner in the 1-2 final, up against Prem Kumar Ale and Alfia James. That's in a few moments' time. Rashad, are you able to stay? Do you have to go?
No, because I'm going to celebrate and enjoy the game from the court. I have some official duties now to prepare.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It was thanks for the invitation, and my pleasure to be here with you and commentating these super games.
It's been great, and some real fascinating insights and information you've delivered to with us, so we're very grateful. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
De rien, mon ami.
See you again soon, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
once again, our big thanks, and it's an honour to have Richard Perrault from France, Vice President in the BWF committee, joining us. So much experience of para-badminton over the years and such an important role he's playing. Formerly of the Athletes Commission, now VP para-badminton BWF, which is a big important role, and to get his insights into his competitive career as a wheelchair athlete over the years has been really interesting. So big thanks once again to Richard. The last final in the wheelchair hall about to take place. Team China have been providing the test, the objective to so many here today. And I think they're about to provide just one more. Reigning world champions back in action on finals day. Suzy Mao and Liu Yutong from China having a terrific day here. Back in the mixed doubles final, back on court after Liu Yutong won the women's doubles. Then she won the women's singles in wheelchair 2. Suzy Mao won the men's doubles with Ma Zhenpang. Then he won the men's singles in wheelchair 1. So between them, if they can do it, they might just go home as triple world champions. And I think that's an achievement they themselves managed to get back in Pattaya in Thailand as well. So the tough task then, the unenviable task, I think, falls to India's Prem Kumar Ali and Alfia James. It's been a great week for the Indians, naturally making it through to the final, an achievement enough. But these two, absolute superstars of the sport already and still so young. Suzy Mao, 24 years old, Liu Yutong, just 21, and yet so many accolades, major titles, Worlds and Paralympics. Pretty good Korean pair in yesterday's semi-final, putting up the fight against Suzy Mao and Liu Yutong. And yet Park Hae-seong and Jung Gi-yul only managed to score 10 points the entire match. Straight games win. Prem and Alfia took on Jamie Aranguiz and Kiki Toman-kai from Belgium in that semi-final. A bit closer that one, but still straight games for the Indians. Difficult sport classes to forecast, or events rather, in mixed doubles in the wheelchair. Other than Suzy Mao and Liu Yutong, we see many different nations performing well. including Korea, Japan, India here in this final. Good European pairs as well. But this, as you could probably tell from the first 8 points, ought to be, and is turning out to be, a bit of a walk in the park, or a push in the park in this case, for the Chinese. Look how easy Yu Tong makes that look. The wheelchair 2 athlete goes round the head, punch clears, pushes in, expecting the drop. Unorthodox from Zimao. Teammates looking on. Li Hongyang down there is in the middle of those three. He's medalled here at these World Championships as well. Nice from Prem. Got there early enough to put some pressure on Liu Tong, but his partner wasn't able to help pick up the pieces, cover the court. 11-2 is the lead. See the obvious strengths of the Chinese, barely being pushed physically. Unnecessary for them to really get into a high gear for this match. A lot of the reason for that being the mixed doubles in the wheelchair category is not a Paralympic event. Hasn't been, at least for Tokyo or Paris in the games, and won't be for LA. And that means that other nations aren't necessarily training for it. But given the strength and depth of Chinese wheelchair players, I can imagine they take the odd opportunity to form mixed doubles pairings and play to make sure they take that world medal and win internationals. naturally. We've talked about all day today how these two in particular have been completely dominant in their own sport classes. Liu Tong in wheelchair 2, we don't think has ever lost a match. Very few losses for Suzy Mao in the men's doubles final a few years back. But in terms of singles, two Chinese so strong in their own rights. Put them together as a pair and it's going to be difficult to break them down. Don't seem to be able to find the answer yet, the Indians. Shot from Liu. Puts an extra point on the board. Smash to middle. Gets them through the opening game. Suzy Mao, Liu Tong, 21-6. The task at hand, the challenge, I guess, for Prem and Alfia of India. Perhaps a scoreline they might like to reach in the game. Can they get to double figures? In all honesty, it might depend on the effort levels of the two Chinese players. Court was wide open. Would have been a clean winner for the Indians. Smiles from Liu Tong, who I think was giving her partner the chance to hit the winner. Didn't bother to try and cover the court. In reply, that is a nice shot over the top. Suzy Mao yawning as he gets back into position. Reverse slice of his has been devastating today. Just too good, that serve, Liu Tong. love the way she recovers. And she's deep in the rear court, hits the clear, and instantly ducks the body, bends at the waist to shift that body weight, to push the momentum back into the movement of the chair. Look at that from Liu Yutong. Straight down, straight forward. Best in the world at moving the wheelchair, in my book. And for me, hopefully I won't be upsetting anybody, but I'm talking about in the men's and women's game. Such a natural. So nicely again. Bad fortune for Althea James. Tested and came through that. Couldn't keep the clear in court, however. Oh, wonderful looking shot from Yutong. Some joke or perhaps frustration showing with their partner there. Advantage. Game interval in the second. Finds the space when it doesn't look like there's an awful lot of space to find. Great shot from Liu Yutong. Talking earlier in commentary with Richard Perrault from France about the use of variation on serve at this top level. Look at that, Xu Jimao was off court, he's letting Liu Yutong play some singles. I think he took a frame to the knuckles there, Xu Jimao, as Yutong was committed to going round the head and helping out her partner, who she thought was in trouble, but I don't think either of those two are ever really in trouble, movement-wise. Yeah, we were talking about variation on serve and how we don't see it that much at the very top level of these superb Asian athletes. I guess it maybe might feel a bit different in this match because we've seen a lot of variation on serve from Liu, and Xu. Gather they don't feel like they're under that much pressure by opening up the angle against these opponents. They're still smiling their way through the match. 15-3 down now in the second. Just superb. Pure and simple, she's a class above. She's a wheelchair 2 athlete. They're barely playing the shuttle. It's China's wheelchair 1 superstar. Saw the same thing in the men's doubles earlier. Whilst he might be wheelchair 1, he's still one of the biggest threats of any wheelchair player in the world. And that's the reason why he's just superb. Exhibition stuff here in this mixed doubles final. 2 points away from the title. Prem gets a point on the board, whilst Xu Jimao stops and allows Liu Tong to take over once again. Here we go. This for the World Championship title. Gold medal once more for Xu Jimao and Liu Tong of China. Dominant again, not just today in the final, but the entire week. Simply too good. Well, I got it wrong, my prediction this morning, chatting with colleagues in the office. I said it would be 21-5, 21-5. But I'll take 6 and 4. Well, don't go anywhere. Whilst that is the last final completed here in the wheelchair hall, we've got some fancy stuff to get through yet. All the medals and prizes to award to the wheelchair disciplines from these finals and semi-finals over the course of the last 2 days. A few prizes, I think, being presented to the host as well. So stay with us if you can. Might have a bit of fun over the next half an hour or so. We'll be back in a few moments with that prize ceremony.
पूरा इसका पीछे आएगा क्या भाई? हाँ लेके जाओ लेके जाओ। निकलो साइड में रखा अच्छे चेयर सबै लिएर जाऊ किधर ले जाना है और चेयर के साथ में
لا ما بقدر لأن أساسا المباراة
siamo al centro, ma sta
जो वाला आदमी था ना उसका फोन कितना आ रहा है साला कितना आ रहा है उसको क्या
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Before starting the medal ceremony, the Badminton World Federation would like to present tokens of appreciation to express our sincere gratitude to the tournament hosts, the Bahrain Paralympic Committee, whose efforts and collaboration have been vital in ensuring the success of the Bahrain BWF Badminton World Championships 2026. To present the tokens of appreciation, we have Richard Perot, BWF Vice President, Badminton.
Richard Perot of France, BWF's Vice President, Badminton, representing these tokens of celebration. The Bahrain Paralympic Committee President, first of all collecting the hosts award. It's been a terrific tournament hosted here in this part of the world, and the local organising committee and the National Paralympic Committee have worked so hard to put on the event over the course of this week. We're not quite at the end yet, of course. Standing finals will take place tomorrow, but the wheelchair finals completed around an hour ago. And so after these awards for the hosts, we'll have the medal presentation for those wheelchair players. Bahrain Paralympic Committee. Wonderful to have had the chance to commentate with Richard Perot earlier today. His contributions to the finals day coverage were really valuable.
Director of the Bahrain BWF World Championships 2026.
Director here of the LOC. Want to be very proud of the event that has been hosted.
We now proceed to the medal ceremony, honoring champions who have achieved excellence through dedication and perseverance.
We move on to the 7
Please welcome the
events
men's
across the
single
wheelchair
double
categories.
medalists.
And the bronze, silver and gold medals awarded to those athletes who have competed over the course of the entire week, but that made it through to the finals stages. Men's singles wheelchair 1.
Our medal presenter will be Richard Perot, BWF Vice President, Para Badminton.
And the bronze medals being awarded to the losing semi-finalists.
Bronze medalist, Sudirman of Korea.
Georgian man of Korea, losing out so narrowly yesterday to Keita Nishimura in that semi-final. Wonderful advocate of the sports over recent years. Performer takes bronze here this year at the World Championships. Top seed as well from Malaysia, losing out in the semi-finals. Had the tougher draw coming up against Xu Zhimao of China. Medalist this year, though, at the World Championships.
The silver medalist, Keita Nishimura of Japan.
And the man that's always smiling, Keita Nishimura. The performance for me was yesterday's semi-final, getting through that match against Georgian man. It's incredible. It was a tough fight as well in today's final, but didn't quite have the level required to get past our eventual champion. Credit to Keita Nishimura for a wonderful week. Silver medalist. And the men's singles wheelchair 1 world champion once again from China, Xu Zhimao. Adding to his huge and growing collection of titles internationally and at majors. Yes, the number 3
Ladies and gentlemen,
held up his 3rd World Championship title in men's
the
singles.
national anthem of China.
Chinese national anthem for Xu Zhimao, the men's singles wheelchair 1.
Congratulations to our medalists.
You can see there, Xu Zhimao almost directing his opponents to come and join him. He's been there a few times, been there and done that. He knows the score here when it comes to a medal ceremony.
the women's single WH1 medalist.
Incoming women's singles wheelchair 1 athletes.
To present the medals, Dr. Salsan Takawi, BWF Council Member. Our first bronze medalist from Japan, Sena Tomoyose.
Sena Tomoyose taking the bronze medal in the wheelchair 1 women's singles. Rising star she is. She'll be on the upper tiers of podiums in years to come, I'm sure.
The second bronze medalist from Thailand, Sudirman Cup.
Much more familiar face at this stage of tournaments over the years. Sudirman Cup from Thailand taking a bronze.
The silver medalist from China, Yin Men Lu.
Scraping past Pukum into the final yesterday. Yin Menglu of China, a silver medal.
And a gold medalist from Japan, Serena Satomi.
And she pushed this woman all the way, in fact, in today's final. Tight deciding game, but once again, Serena Satomi of Japan tops the shop, collects the gold, this time at the World Championships, adding arguably to those 2 terrific gold medals at the Paralympic Games.
Japan.
Japan national anthem for Serena Satomi, and enjoyed, I'm sure, as well by Sena Tomoyose.
You very much silver medalist. Please welcome the men's single WH2 medalists.
Pushing their way into position in WH2 men's singles medalists.
To present the medals, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Tuaj Al Khalifa, President of Bahrain Paralympic Committee.
president of the Bahrain Committee, presenting the medals. First up from China, Zhao Xin, taking a bronze medal, losing out in a tough match against Daiki Kajiwara in the semi-finals. It's one of the BWF legends of para-badminton, JJ Kim Junjun, taking a bronze this time at the World Championships. Beating his teammate in the semi-finals, Yu Su-young, 23-year-old rising star, will be looking to push Daiki Kajiwara for many, many years. But Japan's superstar adds another world gold to his growing collection of medals, including 2 times Paralympic gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can for the national anthem of Japan.
WH2 men's singles world champion Daiki Kajiwara. So the photos that are going to be doing the rounds on social media over the next few days.
Please welcome women's singles WH2 medalists.
Taking their positions in first, second and third place. Wheelchair 2 women's singles medalists.
Director of the Bahrain BWF Badminton World Championships 2026. Our first bronze medalist, Li Hongyang of China.
Li Hongyang. Tough battle with their teammate in the semi-final yesterday. Settles for bronze.
Our second bronze medalist from Peru, Pilar Jauregui.
With the tough draw, Pilar Jauregui. Medals once again at the World Championships.
Our silver medalist, Zhu Ting of China.
Taking the silver this year. Zhu Ting. Third medalist for China in the wheelchair 2 women's singles. She's never been beaten. Will she ever be beaten? Growing legend Liu Yutong once again takes gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can for the national anthem of China.
Tong taking an incredible 4th women's singles gold medal at the World Championships in her career. She's only 21 years of age. There's the 2 on each hand. That's 4 golds for Liu Yutong. Just in the singles. We'll see her again shortly.
Please welcome men's doubles, WH1 and WH2 medalists.
Get to the doubles events, the combined classes WH1 and WH2. One player from each of the sport class required to make up the pairing.
Present the medals, Richard Perrer, BWF Vice President, Para Badminton.
Richard Perrault. I feel a little bit jealous of these guys.
Bronze medalists from France, Thomas Jacobs and David Dupay.
His countrymen, his teammates, Richard Perrault never managed to medal, I don't think, at the Worlds, but his teammates here, Thomas Jacobs, David Dupay, collecting a bronze this year. Losing out yesterday to Park Hae-seong and Yu Soo-young.
Our second bronze medalist from Japan, Daiki Kajiwara and Kita Nishimura.
Kita Nishimura and Daiki Kajiwara back in medal position today after their singles performances, time taking the bronze in the men's doubles.
The bronze medalist from Korea, Park Hae-seong and Yu Soo-young.
Well, it's the silver medalists, in fact. Put up a great fight in the final earlier. Yu Soo-young on the left. Park Hae-seong, his partner, really took it to our Chinese champions.
And our gold medalist from China, Mei Jinpeng and Chu Zimo.
Ma Jianpeng and Su Zimao, world champions, wheelchair 1-2 men's doubles. work of Susie Mao. And
Ladies and gentlemen,
I see a little bit more of him too yet.
for the national anthem of China.
Men's doubles world champions Mai Zhenpeng, Susie Mao from China. Some high quality badminton players in that lineup.
Thank you to all our members. Please welcome the women's doubles WH1 and WH2 medalists. To present the medals, Dr. Salsan Takao,
Rolling into position.
BWF Council member.
Wheelchair combined class 1 and 2 women's doubles medalists.
Our first bronze medalist from Switzerland, Cynthia Mathes and Ilaria Olgiati.
Well, there aren't many European medalists in the wheelchair classes this year. These are two of them from Switzerland. On the left, you can now see her face, Ilaria Olgiati and Cynthia Mathes, taking a bronze at the Worlds. Sharing a bronze medal as well, Thailand's Onanol Freko and Sujarat Pukum. Both of those pairs losing out to Chinese opposition in their semi-finals. China once more starting to dominate the wheelchair disciplines. Silver medalists losing finalists Fan Xiaoyue and Li Hongyang.
And our gold medalists from China, Lu Yutong and Yin Ming Lu.
Continuing their dominance with the help this time of Yin Meng Lu. Lu Yutong takes another gold medal today. As does Yin Meng Lu. Takes another medal rather.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can for the national anthem of China.
Tong. Taking another gold at the World Championships. Back-to-back champions.
Thank you to all members. Please welcome the mixed doubles WH1 and WH2 medalists.
The last of the doubles, the combined class, combined genders. Wheelchair 1-2 mixed doubles.
Secretary General of BAHRAIN Paralympic Committee. Our first bronze medalist from Chile, Jamie Arguez.
Mixed nations making up the first set of bronze medalists. Jamie Aranguiz from Chile. Partner this year with Kiki, as she's known, Sudirman Kai of Belgium.
Our silver medalist from India. Bronze medalist number 2 from
Our
Korea.
announcers are getting a little bit lost with all the different medals being awarded. Korea's Park Hae-seong and Jung Ji-ol. Losing out, perhaps, unsurprisingly. In fact, any opponent. Unsurprising. Second place to the eventual winners from China. But a bronze medal for Park and Jung. Making it to the final is perhaps, these days, the best most can hope for. India's Prem Kumar Ale and Alfia James taking a silver medal.
And our gold medalists, Truzi Mo and Lu Yutong from China.
Well, nobody in the semi-finals or the final today made it to double figures against these two. Such is their dominance. Xu Zimao and Liu Yutong, champions once again in the mixed doubles. 3 gold medals for each of them today. That is quite astonishing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can for the national anthem of China.
Well, social media and the sports page is going to be talking a lot about these two over the next couple of days in the world of badminton. Liu Tong, Xu Zimao, gold medals in singles, in doubles and in mixed for both of them.
Thank you very much to all of our members. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the podium ceremonies of the wheelchair events. Tomorrow will be our final day of competition with 15 finals in the standing events following our closing ceremony. See you tomorrow from 10 a.m.
Well, our announcer has done the quick goodbye for me. 10 a.m. tomorrow for the standing finals, 15 different finals to get through. There's going to be 10 matches live on the TV court in the standing hall from 10 a.m. local time here in Bahrain. A big thank you for staying with us if you've got this far. I'm Bobby Griffin saying thanks very much, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
اليوم يبغون يشيلونهم.
الحين قاعدين نشيل.
ايه.
مثل
ايه. بيشيلون الكعب اليوم؟ ايه اليوم.
هاي ما بيشال لان
لا لا هاي
بيشال هاي الوسط واللي